Good afternoon, everyone. Morning, evening, wherever you are around the world. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more updates on the war in the Middle East. And I think it's raining in Beirut. I think that's what we're hearing. So that is the noise you can hear, is the rain there. That's coming from the Beirut cam. That's not coming from the Tel Aviv cam. So we're going to bring you the latest updates here. We're going to take your comments on the air. And the U.S. reportedly sending more troops and ships to the Middle East. Thousands of Marines reportedly being sent to the Middle East. We're going to talk about that. I just heard something about Dubai. I don't know if there's a ongoing drone attack there or something. I got to look that up. We'll keep an eye on that. Thank you to our moderators who are here. We have Roberts Mayqueen over there on YouTube moderating. Thank you, Roberts Mayqueen. And we have Surly Dev over there on Twitch moderating. Thank you very much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Kay Larry Body moderating on Facebook. Thanks, Kay. Why is this all messed up? Thanks, Christy Claft and Telena Wood for subscribing over there. Hearing some gunfire. Let's talk about these reports about the U.S. sending more troops. President Trump sending more troops. So a couple reports out about that. The Wall Street Journal says that the Pentagon is moving a Marine Expeditionary Unit and more warships to the Middle East. They say that the Pentagon is going to move an amphibious-ready group and attached Marine Expeditionary Unit, which they say usually includes several warships and 5,000 Marines and sailors. 5,000 Marines and sailors. And Jennifer Griffin of Fox News says that A U.S. defense official confirms to Fox News that the Pentagon is sending the USS Tripoli, a Marine amphibious ready group, and the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit to the Mideast. The Tripoli would take about 2 weeks to get there. Accompanying this is around 2,500 Marines. So we're hearing of several thousand new troops going to the Middle East. Are they going to be involved in some sort of ground operation? That I don't know. Ron Lennon says, I hope it's not Vietnam 2.0. Reign of Zombies thinks they need to take Karg Island to end this. Karg Island is the island from which Iran exports most of its oil. Maybe we'll talk about that a little later. Sam Solutions says 48 hours war now extending to months. I don't know how long this will last. I mean, certainly it doesn't sound like it's going to end in the next few days if thousands more soldiers are being sent there. Jennifer Griffin said one of the groups that's being sent there, it would take 2 weeks to get there. Our viewer Ralph Garnett said, not Ralph Garnett, Bootsores says 2 weeks, huh? Shouldn't the war be over by then? Ralph says the USA should walk away, leave it to Israel. Oh, we just saw a strike. There was just a strike. I'm going to replay it for you. It was behind me. Hey, guys, listen. So you see the smoke? Let me rewind it. It was behind my head about 15 seconds ago. Watch this. Watch where I was in the top right corner. Right there. See that right there? I'll play it again. Top right corner. This just happened. I'll play it one more time. This just happened in Beirut. See the explosion there in the top right corner? So again, this is about a minute behind right now. So that a new strike in Beirut by Israel just right now. Just right now. You can see the smoke coming up. I think let me get it back up to live. I don't want to make it too bright here. That'll help a little bit. Let me just go back one more time and show you. This just happened right now, and it was behind my head on the screen. Right here. Here it is again. Moments ago. There's the big flash there. I'll actually go back just for a second and show you the flash here, if I can. Where was it? Here. Here is the flash. If I can do this. No, we got to do it this way. Oopsie. Why is this all acting all funky? Hang on. This should work now. Why are my controls not working? Oh. Weirdly, the Normally I can control the frames. Why are the frame controls not working? Why are those not behaving? Everything's all messed up. I don't know. I don't know. Let me check one more thing. It's not behaving. Let's see here. Yeah, it should be working. Well, I'm a bit restricted right now. I'll show it to you one more time. One more time. There it is right there. All right, so we just saw that a couple minutes ago. New strike in Beirut by Israel. They have been attacking Hezbollah targets, they say, in Lebanon. There is the live shot right there. All right, so we just saw that. I did not know we were going to see that, but we saw it. A quick thank you to Thomas P.O. for the gift memberships. Thomas P.O. 419. Thanks, Thomas. Thomas gave a bunch of people gift memberships. That's very nice of Thomas. Thank you. Also, I am Charlie. Thank you. Says prayers for the victims and families. Some gunfire in Beirut. Thank you, Platinum Dose and King Naka, for your support. Also, Top Buzz for subscribing. Planes Were Cool for subscribing on Twitch. Who Shot JR? Thanks on Twitch. Oh, also, thank you so much to Rohit92MS. How many days will it go? Thank you, Rohit. I have no idea how long this is going to go on for, but look, again, news today that the U.S. is, this is not moments ago, it's now live. News that the U.S. is sending more troops, thousands of Marines, and some more ships to the Middle East. Fox News reports that some of them will take 2 weeks to get there. So that suggests weeks, at least. I mean, it's up to President Trump, though. I don't see any sign of it ending anytime soon. Douthis says the conflict continues to grow. Russell Morrow, our viewer, thinks it will take months. Chris Donahue says escalation. The price of oil right now, Brent crude is 101, almost 102, 1019. Scotty says we have seen this movie before. I'm seeing a report of air defenses active in Bahrain right now. Seems like possibly there might be some drones attacking Bahrain. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Reportedly, a couple of F1 races, Formula One races in the Middle East are going to be canceled. Reportedly. Let me show you something about that. Or tell you something about that. Sky News had reported that. ESPN's reporting it as well. Al Jazeera reporting it as well. Oh, is Reuters reporting it? Hold on. I'm seeing it in a lot of places. According to Al Jazeera, Reuters says that next month's Bahrain and Saudi Arabian Formula One Grand Prix races are set to be canceled because of the conflict in the Middle East. So there's supposed to be one in April, one in Bahrain, and one in Saudi Arabia. Look at the number of tankers up. I wonder if you see a bunch of tankers, is that because there's more tankers up, or because there's just more on radar? By the way, in case you hadn't heard, sadly, it was confirmed that the 6 crew members on the U.S. refueling tanker that went down yesterday, the 6 crew members are dead. You know, this is interesting. I don't, if you look here, our viewers are saying, so here's Israel on Flight Radar 24. Oh, these tankers are not being live tracked. Oh, are they live tracked now again? Now they're live. No, they are. It's interesting. Normally what happens with these tankers, I believe, is they take off from Tel Aviv, and then you see them at takeoff, then they disappear, and then they come back when they're landing. Now, interestingly, it looks like a bunch of these tankers here, these refueling tankers, they are actually being, I mean, black line is estimated position, but you can see it looks like some of them are being actively tracked. Now, I don't know, is there any chance that the tankers now are being made to keep their transponder or whatever on because of the accident that happened? I don't know. I mean, maybe this happens frequently, but I know that a bunch of times I've looked, once they take off, basically, they disappear. So I don't know. I don't know that this is any more tankers than normally are up, but I think a difference might be is that they're actually being trackable here. I don't know, but I'm not going to conclude that that there are more of them. See, these tankers are heading back. The tankers go, and presumably they're refueling planes that are carrying out strikes in Iran. Then they head back. These ones are heading back. But one of them yesterday, well, it looks like maybe 2 of them collided, but one of them went down. Anyways, you can go to flightradar24.com and you can see these tankers. As Andy's Journey points out, these tankers were made in the 50s and 60s, the KC-135s. Barry thinks this is a normal rotation for them. The tanker went down, reported in Iraq, in western Iraq, somewhere in western Iraq. One report said near the Jordan border. The leader of Hezbollah spoke recently today, and among other things, he said that the Hezbollah was prepared for a long battle and will take Israel by surprise on the battlefield. That's according to Fars News. He also said, according to a Hamas post, the Hezbollah leader also said, Netanyahu's threat to assassinate me is tasteless and worthless. You, Netanyahu, are the one who should be afraid for yourself. Maybe I can find a translation of the whole statement. I'll see if I can find it. From Hezbollah's leader. Let's see, I have the Hezbollah. Oh, hold on. I don't think I have it yet. Oh, Moments Ago is still there. Why is Moments Ago still up? Sorry. I don't know why that was still up. It's live. It's not Moments Ago. It was Moments Ago when we were replaying the clip. ChexQuest says KC-46s are much newer and still being made today. I did work on them as recently as 2021. Yes, as Chalky says on Flight Radar 24, you can see the age of the individual planes. That says 62 years. These tankers here, 63 years, 65 years. It's pretty amazing. Let me just show you the Central Command announcement today. All crew members of U.S. KC-135 lost in Iraq confirmed deceased. All 6 crew members aboard a U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft that went down in western Iraq are now confirmed deceased. The aircraft was lost while flying over friendly airspace, March 12th. During Operation Epic Fury, the circumstances of the incident are under investigation. The loss of the aircraft was not due to hostile or friendly fire. The identities of the service members are being withheld until 24 hours until next of kin, after next of kin have been notified. Yesterday, they said that it was an incident involving 2 aircraft. And the other aircraft, there are photos of it with a significant portion of its tail missing. I posted some of those photographs on my X account, and I need to actually link my X account in the chat. I forgot about that. I'll do that right now. I will do it right now. Hang on a moment here. Hang on. Hey, a quick thing. Hold on a second. I want to take a couple comments here. Our viewer Adam Sky thinks Marines are the tip of the spear for a ground invasion. By the way, condolences to the family of those 6 crew members. Our viewer Thunderwolf says, how can that happen? We don't have an accounting of what happened yet from the military. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Try something here. Hey, a quick thanks to Rohit. Thank you so much, Rohit92MS. Rohit says, here in India, we have started facing issues because of cooking gas. Seriously, it should get stopped ASAP or else it's going to be very difficult for the people who are not even involved. We actually talked that about a couple days ago. I think one of our other viewers from India wrote in about that. But yeah, I mean, this is going to have impacts all over the world economically. Reuters a couple days ago said kitchens across India ditch hot food due to cooking gas shortage. Reuters says there is a nationwide shortage of cooking gas in India because of the Middle East conflict. France 24. Oh, sorry. France 24 says that restaurants are suffering the consequences. That's one industry that's being hit in India. The National Restaurant of India Association of India said the restaurant industry is highly dependent in India on liquefied petroleum gas. Also, hey, thanks Dodger Blue to you. Thank you Infinity HD, who says today 2 Air Force Galaxies transported things to the near border of Iran. These planes transport heavy military vehicles and soldiers. I haven't heard about that. Also, I don't know if those kind of planes have been flying those routes previously on previous days. But thank you, Infinity HD, for your support. By the way, there is a rocket alert in northern Israel, probably from Lebanon. Was an alert. Thank you, Tiberius Rex. I appreciate it. Tiberius says the same people who told us Iran blew up their own school are now telling us friendly fire and aged equipment are to blame, while Russian S-400s have been there the whole time. Now, I don't think we've heard anything from the U.S. government about... Oh, well, what the U.S. government did say is they said that it was not enemy fire and it was not friendly fire. That's what they said. Not friendly fire and not enemy fire, which took down the plane. And they said it was an incident involving 2 aircraft. And again, another aircraft, there's photos of the other aircraft, apparent photos that show it damaged. I'll post a link to some of those photos. I posted some of those today on my X account here. Flight Radar 24 posted some of those photos too. I'll post a link to their post. Thank you to Thomas for more memberships. Hey, thanks, Thomas Peef 0419. Thomas has given a bunch of people memberships. Thank you so much, Thomas. Please thank Thomas or somebody else if they give you a membership. Thanks to Dodger Blue to you and Mendy R. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks also Rune 1033 from Norway. Oh, Rune said some people were charged for the Norway embassy explosion several days ago. I didn't even see that. Bloomberg says Norwegian police arrested the mother of 3 men suspected of detonating an explosive device outside the U.S. Embassy in Oslo Sunday morning. I guess this was from a couple days ago. I didn't even see this. 2 days ago, 3 brothers were arrested in this. Yes, 3 brothers have been arrested. This came out a couple days ago. 3 brothers of Iraqi origin arrested in connection with U.S. Embassy explosion in Norway. That was CBS News a couple days ago. They were Norwegian citizens of Iraqi origin in their 20s. It is still being investigated. I should post that. I missed it a couple days ago. Missed this a couple days ago. 3 brothers of Iraqi origin arrested in connection with U.S. Embassy explosion in Norway. Thanks for mentioning that. Thank you, Rune. By the way, CBS News says that they're still investigating to figure out what exact role the brothers played. They're still working to determine a motive, whether there could have been a connection to a government. Thank you also, Lidwine Elizabeth, who says, our king called with leaders from Middle East in the Netherlands? Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth, who's in the Netherlands. Yeah, I have to see. There was a report of a drone, of a missile that might have been flying over Turkey last night, but I got to check up on that. I haven't seen updates today on that yet. Oh, I can actually see. I actually see it right here. Sorry, I hadn't checked on this. Turkey said they intercepted a missile. Hang on. Oh, and I have an update about the new troops. See here, Turkey's defense ministry says NATO air defenses intercept 3rd ballistic missile over Turkey since start of Iran war. That's from AP, and Reuters says that there have been missiles. There was a missile fight. NATO air defenses have shot down missiles over Turkey, or fired at Turkey on March 4th and March 9th, and last night. Turkey has not disclosed the target of the missile last night, saying it was entering Turkish airspace. U.S. air forces, along with the forces from Turkey and other countries, are stationed in Sirlik Air Base in Turkey. The Turkish Foreign Ministry said that the Turkish Defense Ministry said that consultations are being conducted with the relevant country to clarify all aspects of the incident. There is also an important NATO radar base in Turkey, the Kuresik NATO radar base, which Reuters says provides vital protection for the alliance, including the detection of missiles fired towards Turkey. Thank you, Lady Bird Lee, for being a member. Also, the Steak Pie and Chris Donahue. Oops, gonna have to refresh our stream. Let's see if that works. Chris Donahue and the Steak Pie and Elemental Grow. Thank you, Elemental Grow. A little bit of an issue with this feed. Sometimes refreshing it just fixes it. I have a different feed I can put on. There's a different feed I have from Beirut. This one's having a bit of an issue, it looks like. So while we're waiting for this one to get better, oops, I think, you know what? I think they probably restarted this feed. Hold on. Sometimes they restart the feed. My guess is that that's what happened. Let me see here. Hang on. Hang on, folks. We'll get you the Beirut feedback. I need to pull it up here. Let me get you the other Beirut feed for the moment. Then we'll get that one back. Beirut. Okay. I can see it right now. Okay, here, this one can go. That can go there. Now we have two Beirut feeds. We don't want two, we just need one. There's Tel Aviv. So we want to switch which one is on top. That didn't seem to work. Oh no, we don't want that one up. We want that one. Good. But this one should be... Okay, we're going to figure this out. This one should be on the bottom. Sorry. Okay, that's Beirut. And Tel Aviv needs to be on top of that. So we do this. There. Okay. Now we're back in business. And where is that other Beirut feed? Ah. I'm going to get the other Beirut feedback right now. If it comes on. Oops. I think I have the other camera back. I think the other camera came back. Give me one moment here. Yes, I am seeing the other camera. That's the one I wanted. Here, so we got to get this up on the screen for you. Ooh, is it working though? Is it still having problems? Again? Now we have two Tel Avivs. There. Well, they seem to be, I don't know if they restarted that feed. Still having some issues with that Beirut feed. We have the other one. Thought it was fixed. No, I think they're going to have to fix it. Oh, hold on. Hang on. That feed is having issues. That feed is having issues. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to the other Beirut feed for now. The Reuters one. We'll check on the AFP one. It's having some issues right now. Here, no worries. We're back here with the. There we go. We're back with both feeds. One Beirut, one Tel Aviv. Hey guys, general tip for the chat, which is I want to say several times a week, people in chat claim it's my birthday and it's not my birthday. So I don't know who always is telling people it's my birthday, but generally speaking, if somebody in the chat's telling you it's my birthday, it's not my birthday. I mean, it's like every broadcast this happens practically in the chat. Hang on a moment here. Give me one moment. Can we get this stream back? It's so weird. I like the AFP feed from Beirut does a very good job of moving the camera around. And finding when stuff is going on. That's my favorite one from there. But at the moment, it seems to be having some issues. Try it one more time. Seems to be going again. Let's see if I can get it up there again. Seems to be working, that feed. Is it going to work? Let's see. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it in front of me. I think it's working again. Nope, same problems. We're going to keep it on these two for now. Hey, thanks to Famous Facts Online, Robin Foose, Turned Off, Planet, Kara 8, Elemental Grow. Thank you. And take some more comments from you guys. Hang on, what's happening here? Bringing you more updates. I don't see any alerts at the moment. I'm going to give you more reporting on the new troops being sent over there in a moment. Give me one moment, guys. Sorry, I'm just dealing with a little bit of a technical issue here. That might be rain from Beirut you're hearing. Yeah, just hang on a moment. I gotta just send a message about this and check into this. The AFP feeds are having an issue, so I want to let them know it's having an issue because that way it'll get fixed. Otherwise, it doesn't get fixed. Yeah. Okay. All right. Hey, let's talk about the new troops going. I got some information about that. Sorry for the delay. I was just there's an issue with the AFP feeds, and it took me a second to figure out what exactly was happening because normally they play fine. So I had to figure that out and then write to them and let them know. So hopefully that get fixed. Here is a report from AP right here. It says, no, that's not the one. That's about Tehran. I want this one. Oh no, it's the right page. U.S. Marines and another ship are ordered to the Mideast. Elements from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit and the amphibious assault ship USS Tripoli have been ordered to the Middle East, according to the a U.S. official who spoke to AP on condition of anonymity. Marine Expeditionary Units are trained and equipped to conduct amphibious landings, but they also specialize in bolstering security at embassies, evacuating citizens, and disaster relief. While the deployment is a major increase of troops in the region, it does not necessarily indicate that a ground operation is imminent or will take place at all. The 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, as well as the Tripoli and other amphibious assault ships carrying the Marines, are based in Japan and have been at sea in the Pacific Ocean for several days. According to images released by the military, their location puts them more than a week away from the waters off Iran. Brand Nubian says Marines are boots on the background. Yes. Well, they can be. They can be. As the article said, we don't know if that will mean some sort of ground operation. Tantar says, I wonder how many American troops will be in Iran by the end of the month. MC says Quagmire. One of our viewers said Iran doesn't want to have to. Joshua says Iran don't want anything to do with the Marines. Explosions? Oh, did I miss some were there some flashes that I missed? I was reading the chat. Did people see some flashes on the screen? Some people said explosions. More right now? Where? I did not see them. They look like fireworks. Some of the viewers are saying it looks like fireworks. That's what a number of viewers are saying. It looked like fireworks to them. Let me see if I can get the I like the other feed better. It just was having some issues. Still having issues, apparently. Thanks so much to Janet B. Hey, Janet, that's really nice of you. Thanks for reminding me. I got to thank all the mods in a second. Thank you, Janet B, for all your support. Really appreciate it. Thanks also Fabio Ferreira, who says, what's the chances that U.S. invades Iran by ground? When Trump said that, see what happens today. Would it be a ground invasion? Well, I don't think the chances are big for this kind of a full ground invasion, but maybe there'll be some kind of some sort of operation, like an operation to go, for example. There could be an operation to take the Iranian coast next to the Strait of Hormuz, to try to free up the Strait of Hormuz, or to find and grab the enriched uranium Iran has. So there could be particular ground operations. I have no idea what the chances are of that happening. No. I've heard nothing to suggest something is imminent. I find it hard to believe that Trump was referring to a ground operation when he said, watch what happens to them today. There's a post from last night that Fabio is talking about, where he said, to find it here. President Trump said last night, we are totally destroying the terrorist regime of Iran, militarily, economically, and otherwise. Yet, if you read the failing New York Times, you would incorrectly think we are not winning. Iran's navy is gone. The air force is no longer. Missiles, drones, and everything else are being decimated, and their leaders have been wiped from the face of the earth. We have unparalleled firepower, unlimited ammunition, and plenty of time. Watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today. I don't know if there's anything particular he's referring to. There might not be. I don't know. They've been killing innocent people all over the world for 47 years. And now I, as the 47th President of the United States of America, am killing them. What a great honor it is to do so. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Austin Batman says it's 11:22 p.m. in Iran and nothing unusual has happened today. I guess nothing we've heard of. Alicia Rivera says such a mess. Give me one moment here. Hey, shout out to our moderators. They are awesome. We have moderating right now. We have Beth Mythical is there moderating. Thank you, Beth. We've had Janet B over there moderating. Thank you on YouTube. Over on Twitch, moderators like Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn. Oh, we just saw an explosion. We just saw a boom. We just saw it right now. Right? Didn't we just see it? Didn't we just see a boom right there? A flash? Yes, we just saw a strike right now. We just saw it. There it goes, the camera's zooming in on it. We just saw another strike. In Beirut. Maybe we saw, one of our viewers said maybe the flashes earlier were roof knock flashes. Another strike in Beirut. It's the second we've seen. I'll replay that in a second. Let's take a look at that again. Oh, you know what I got to do? It's a little different for me to replay it this way. Hang on. Takes me a second because I'm not watching the other feed. Just give me a moment here. I'll pull this up. I'll have a replay of this for you shortly. Oh, I think the other feed is. No, the other feed's still not working. It's crazy. There's something wrong with those feeds. So weird. Anyways, we'll stick with this one for now. I got to thank the mods too. Hold on a second. I'm behind on everything. Hey, thanks on Facebook to Helen Anderson and Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars. I really appreciate it. Thanks to our Twitch mods, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Devon Tariag. Kay Lowry Body moderating over there on Facebook. Thank you, Kay. Thanks, Barry Eisler, for subscribing. And Susan Priest Buchner. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Thank you for moderating there. And Beth Mythical, thanks so much. If I can hear. Where was it? I have to cue it up on the screen. I'm trying to find it here. Hang on, I have to literally play through the video clip to find the part, to find exactly where it happened. Because I'm downloading a clip. No, it had to be before then. Hang on for 1 second. I might have to replay it a different way. I'm having a problem. I was trying to do it one way and find the explosion, and I can't. So I'll have to do it a different way. I'll have to just take it from my own broadcast and replay that. Okay, let's just do it from my own broadcast. Yeah, people are giving me the time code from my broadcast. Thank you, that's helpful. So let me pull that up so I can replay that for you. Yeah, people are... Hold on, do it this way. Where is it here? What is the... I got to go back and see the time code people are giving me. I'm trying to find what the clock said when it happened. What was my clock on exactly when it happened? Hold on. I checked 11:24:58 and I didn't see it there. Somebody said 11:24:58. But that, I think that was too late because the camera had already started moving then. It was before 11:24:58. $11:24:37. Oh yes, that's right. You're right. I got it. I got it. All right, I'm going to pull it up here. Sorry for the delay. Thanks for letting me know. So it's about 20 seconds before the camera started moving. I found it. I got it right here. All right. Hang on. Let me put this on the screen for you. We're going to replay this. So I got to get rid of the volume, put up moments ago, then do this. Okay, so I'm going to show you this again. This is going to be a replay. Is it right after this or right before this? I might have to rewind a couple seconds. That's one. Right there. See that right there? I'm just replaying it. That was the strike. I'll let it play now, but then you hear the explosion. Why can't I see? Oh, it should say moments ago. Yep. All right. So that was another airstrike in Beirut that we just saw, the second one during our broadcast. Israel carrying out another strike on a Hezbollah target in Beirut, in the southern suburbs of Beirut. This is, what happened? Did the camera disappear? Hold on. Or the clock disappear? Yeah, this is Beirut again. This is a replay of the, I'll put the clock back up in a second, but this is a replay of the strike we saw in Beirut. Okay, now, all right, let's get the live cam back on. That's a live camera. That's not moments ago, that's live. Then we're going to put the other camera back up too. That's Tel Aviv. Thank you so much, Gabe O. Gabe O, thank you so much. Also, Brit Sleeps a Lot, Jasper Axelrod, Anne Ryan. Thanks, Anne. Really appreciate that. And also Thomas. Thomas gave more memberships. Thomas has given a bunch of memberships. Thomas P0419. Thank you, Thomas, for all the memberships. Also, Meat Missile and Rez Junglist over there on Twitch. Thank you so much. Who Shot JR, Nade Shot Supper Decky. Trump's Pool Guy, thanks on Twitch. Bin Lizzle, thank you on Twitch. Top Buzz as well. DDJ85 on Twitch. And Trump's Pool Guy again on Twitch. Also, Planes Were Cool. And Snow Cones on Twitch. What's happening here? Oh, the green lights. I don't know if it's a mosque. What is that here? Was there another strike? Someone said you missed a second strike? No one else is saying that. Shrink this a little bit. Oh, no, it's still not fixed. It's crazy. Sorry, AFP is having problems. Well, we have the Reuters feed from Beirut right here. Sorry that AFP is having problems. I'll try to figure out. I have a message into them. J.R. Prusky said Iran said in a broadcast it's going to be a big night for them bombing Israel and others. I haven't heard that report. I'll have to look and see what I can find. Gunfire. Hey, Tyler Rogaway, guys. Tyler is the founder of. Tyler's the founder of the War Zone. He's a military expert. He says, when you think of a Marine Expeditionary Unit, in context of this conflict, one target comes to mind, Karg Island, where the majority of Iran's oil exports flow from. He says, untouched by the conflict, yet due to its strategic value and official infrastructure, critical infrastructure. Seizing it would be a huge deal and would be a risky operation, not just the seizing, but more so the staying. If Iran thought it was lost, they could bombard it with pretty much everything they have. Also, unlikely to push the MEU into the Persian Gulf. The Marine Expeditionary Unit would be an aerial operation, also not without risks. So, one of our viewers was talking about Karg Island earlier. Most of Iran's oil ships from Karg Island, I believe, because I think it's that the water is not deep enough on the coast of Iran proper to allow the tanker ships to come there. I was reading one article. I'm trying to remember where, talking about saying the U.S. a reason it wouldn't just want to destroy Karg Island is that the U.S. wouldn't want to cripple the economy for if there was some sort of regime change there. The idea being, if you just destroy Karg Island, that'll make it a lot harder for a future regime. Maybe if there's regime change, you want that regime to not have some. You don't want to cripple their economy. We should talk a little more about Karg Island. Pollinator says was the same in Venezuela. Karg Island, you can see from Wikipedia. I think is that it right there? I'll have to look it up on Google Maps. Karg Island provides a seaport for the export of up to 90% of Iran's oil products. Hang on. One moment here. We just heard some gunfire. Sorry, I was gonna talk about Karg Island a little more. Where? I'm trying to find the article where I was reading about it. By the way, President Trump said in an interview with Fox News Radio's Brian Kilmeade, President Trump said in an interview with Brian Kilmeade this morning, that aired this morning, that Karg Island is not high on the list. But it's one of so many different things, and I can change my mind in seconds, he said. More gunfire. But you have to ask, why are more of these thousands more troops being sent to the Middle East? I'm going to give you a little more on this. From the War Zone mentions Marine Expeditionary Unit deploying to the Middle East. The War Zone, TWZ.com. They do very good military coverage. Let me just mention something about what they're saying. They think that sending this Marine Expeditionary Unit and additional warships will help respond to the Iranian campaign of attacks against shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Another ship was attacked earlier today, by the way. A Marine Expeditionary Unit is reportedly going to be going there, of at least 2,200 Marines. The War Zone says a Marine Expeditionary Unit is a highly versatile, self-sustained, rapid response force It has fully integrated air, ground, and logistics components. It would bring a range of capabilities. Let me read some of your comments here. Alibaba says, so more U.S. casualties are going to happen. Asef says you can't invade with 5,000. Well, as I said before, we're not talking, they don't have to do a full invasion. There's all kinds of ground operations that would not be a full invasion. Like, for example, trying to secure some of the enriched nuclear materials, the enriched uranium. Matthew C. says they are amphibious assault. They will land on the shores. Black Cat says because the revolution will need backup. Zach says so much for no new wars. Oh, hey guys, I have an update here about the story on the troops, the more troops going to the Middle East. Hang on a moment here. Dan Lamothe, who was with I think he's with the Washington Post, Dan. Yes, he says that additional Marines and warships are being sent to the Middle East. He says this will put a Marine air-ground task force in the Middle East along with 3 amphibious warships. He says that's not enough for a major invasion, but the unit in theory would have the skills for a targeted operation on a place like Karg Island or near the Strait of Hormuz also could come in handy for some kind of evacuation in the region. That is from Dan Lamothe of the Washington Post. I'd like to show you where Karg Island is. Here is Karg Island. You're going to see it in a second pop up. Karg Island. That is where about 90% of the oil is exported, is loaded onto tankers from Iran. Again, I think it's that the Iran coastline is not deep enough. So that's why they need to do it at the island. Let me double check on that though. Danny says Deepwater Port. Yeah, it's the coast of Iran. The water is not deep enough for the tankers. ABC News says refineries on the island process 90% of Iranian oil exports. Now, also something to keep in mind. ABC News says if there was a disruption to Karg Island, that would certainly hurt the Iranian economy, but it would also likely deepen the global oil shortage and drive prices higher. Maybe we should do a poll question. Will the U.S. attack or take over Karg Island? Will the U.S. try to attack or take over Karg Island? That's the poll question. I'm asking it right now. I am posting it in the chat. I'll show you what people said. I need a moment to get it posted, though. There is a drone alert in northern Israel, a couple drone alerts near the border with Lebanon. I was trying to get this poll posted on Facebook. I'll show you the results of the poll. Okay, so the poll question is, will the U.S., so we're hearing that the U.S. is sending thousands of Marines and additional ships to the Middle East. The question is, so that raises, one question it raises is, will the U.S. try to attack or take over Karg Island, where most of Iran's oil is exported from? I'm going to show you what our viewers had to say about this right now. YouTube is pretty confident. Look at YouTube. 69% say yes on YouTube. Facebook right now is 78% say yes on Facebook. And then, let's see here. How about Twitch? Hen Jensen says a Trump hotel would be good on Karg Island. 74% on Twitch. Wow, you guys are pretty optimistic about the possibility. You guys think it's going to happen. Bretsky says if we go to Karg, it'll be hit constantly by rockets and artillery. I mean, they could attack Karg Island and not stay there. Connie Brown says expect the unexpected. Adam says, what does Adam say? Adam Gendrisky says it will definitely happen. It's just a matter of when. Another viewer said, why would Iran attack their only income source? Well, I guess if the U.S. were on it, they would probably not anticipate getting income from it. Thanks, Toolman Tim, over on Twitch, by the way. Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on. I messed up here. All right, hold on. Let's see. So I'm going to wrap up the poll, but thanks for voting in the poll. When I said optimistic, I didn't mean you thought it was a good thing. I thought the point was is that it's probably not the right word. That you guys are anticipating it happening, maybe is a better word. That you think it's going to happen. Over on Facebook, the final result there was 73%. Give me one moment. Facebook is acting a little weird. Why is the poll still up on Facebook? I don't know. Okay. Shouldn't be. Giuseppe says, why do you think the U.S. was dragged into a war so easily? Well, that's a president. Why President Trump went to war is a President Trump question. I can't. That's you're going to have to ask President Trump. They're in the administration. There's been some different reasons given. Brian Shai says, I am a Trump supporter, but I have to say we don't need to go after everything or support everything he does. We don't need to keep going after everything. Los Angeles Sea Child says, Marine takeover of the island. Hey, thanks to Mitchell Pilot, who says, I don't think we would attack the island, but Iran would attack it if we took it over. Thank you also, Infinity HD, who says, in the game Battlefield 3, they have the U.S. invading Karg Island in that game. Thanks, Infinity HD, who I think is in Switzerland. Also, thanks to 1XCD, who says, the island is flat, no cover, and Iran controls the mountains. What do you think will happen? Thanks also, Michelle Asiavati. Thank you so much, Michelle. And Shadow Fox. Here again is Karg Island. There's Iran, off the coast of Iran. There it is. You can see it here. There's Karg Island. What's this here? Sorry, I'm just checking a couple things for updates. Give me a moment here. Tom Rogan, who is with Washington Examiner, said that if significant elements of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force begin arriving in the Middle East, he said that the news about the new troops and ships coming to the Middle East indicate that the Pentagon, he thinks it indicates the Pentagon is preparing to seize Iran's critical energy export terminal on Karg Island. That's what he thinks. Basically to just to give a huge blow to Iran's economy, because that's where most of their oil is exported from. But he also said that it could indicate the U.S. plans to seize or establish strongholds on Qeshm Island, which is in the Strait of Hormuz. Which he says would reduce missile and drone threats. Let me show you where Qeshm Island is. There. See this island here? That's Qeshm Island right here. That's in the Strait of Hormuz. You see here? This island right here. So that's interesting. This idea that, well, we've talked about this. By the way, I have read a couple articles where experts said that they thought the only way that the U.S. could open up the Strait of Hormuz would be to have a ground operation to take the coast. This is the Iranian coast. Because if you don't take the Iranian coast, then Iran can attack the ships coming through the strait from the coast. So I've seen talk of that. So, you know, another thing that these additional troops and ships could be involved with is some sort of operation to try to allow ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz. It's a long coastline, one of our viewers says. Yeah, I mean, just to give you perspective, Qeshm is about 60 miles long. That's 60 miles long, Qeshm. It's not a small island, 60 miles. Then you have, and as our viewers have said, I mean, if you wanted to really take the coastline here, that's a lot. It's hundreds of miles. There is Qeshm Island. It's like a lot of mountains there, or hills, or whatever. Pretty unforgiving terrain, it looks like. Yeah, I mean, you can see buildings on the coast, but it's pretty, it looks like it's pretty desolate terrain, a lot of it. Tel Aviv is the top camera. I mean, the thing is, they're not sending troops and ships to the Middle East for nothing. And I've heard that these troops and ships are, again, reportedly at least a week or two away. They can't get there today, but I have a hard time thinking they're sending them for nothing. Thank you, Infinity HD from Switzerland. I appreciate it. Hani Fabrin from Denmark. And Lidwine Elizabeth from the Netherlands. She said, so I read some oil could be used from Russia and limitations towards Russia would be a less strict maybe. Well, the U.S. has now temporarily lifted sanctions on Russian oil to keep the supply up in the world. Wonder if there is a correlation between that and possibly a takeover on this island. You can see here from AP, U.S. eases some Russian oil sanctions, but crude prices stay high. The U.S. is temporarily easing some sanctions on Russian oil shipments, reflecting global concerns over sharply higher crude prices due to supply shortages stemming from the Iran war. The move, intended to soothe jittery markets over the disruption of Middle East oil and gas supplies, underlines how the war has boosted Moscow's ability to get to profit from its energy exports, a pillar of the Kremlin's budget as it presses its invasion of Ukraine. U.S. sanctions will not apply for 30 days on deliveries of Russian oil that has been loaded on tankers as of Thursday. Some gunfire. More gunfire. Thank you again, Lidwine Elizabeth from the Netherlands. Give me a moment here, guys. Thanks for your patience. Let's see here. Oh, I want to show you some more reporting on some more reporting on the. I don't know what that is. Someone doing car tricks or something. I don't know what was happening there. Where is this? The New York Times is also reporting on new soldiers being sent to the Middle East. It says that about 2,500 Marines aboard as many as 3 warships will be sent to the Middle East. Multiple outlets have reported this. Now, I did want to mention there was another Iranian attack on a ship today. This was from 7 hours ago, right there. You can see that's in the Strait of Hormuz. There it is right there. That's from UKMTO. This is about 7 hours ago. They posted this. It has been reported that this is in the Strait of Hormuz. A cargo vessel has been hit by an unknown projectile in the Strait of Hormuz, which has resulted in a fire on board. The vessel has requested assistance, and the crew are evacuating the vessel. The fire on the board of the vessel has been extinguished. There is no environmental impact at this time. Some of the crew remain unlocated. It's not good. So again, this is a ship. I don't know if it was trying to cross. Oh, I'm sorry. It says issue date I'm sorry. You know what? I didn't realize this. Thanks to our viewer. This is not a new attack because the initial one was the 11th. What happened today was the update. I do apologize about this. That's my fault. Thanks to the viewer for correcting me. So this is not a new one. This happened on the 11th. What was new was the update. The update today was that some of the crew remain unlocated at the time. So that's the new update from today, is that there's missing crew. Sorry about that. So there was that I had seen that before, but I didn't realize it was from the 11th. Yeah, that is sad, Owl Hippie says about the crew members. I hope they can find the crew members. I think the last new report was on the 12th. Yeah, this was the last one, which was an incident, 35 nautical. You can see it says issue date March 12th. The master has reported a container ship 35 nautical miles north of UAE was struck by an unknown projectile, causing a small fire on board. I don't know offhand which ships those are. There may be reporting about it somewhere. Gili Cohen of Israel's Khan News says security sources report the first emerging signs of desertion within Iranian security forces across multiple provinces. Israeli official tells me, while current figures remain relatively low, officials emphasize these are not isolated incidents. You know, we haven't heard of large-scale defections in Iran. When I hear reports coming, say, from the Israeli officials claiming this is happening, I take it with a grain of salt, because it certainly is in Israel's interest to make people think it's happening, right? I'm sure Israel would like people in Iran to think people are defecting, because that could lead other people to defect. So I don't know what's going on there, if there are defections going on. But again, if the source is Israeli official, I'm going to take it with a grain of salt. Doesn't mean it's wrong. Kashira says a truckload of salt. By the way, we're one of our viewers says, Jake Rivers says war is all about misinfo and morale. So we're now at just about, guys, we're just about at 2 weeks. I think this is the end of the second week of the war, right? Because it started like on an early Saturday morning. So we're now into week 3 because it's Saturday there. So it's now into the third week of the war, basically. Some of our viewers are saying it's not a war. Well, I don't know. Maybe you have a different definition of war. I mean, I guess people have different definitions. Kind of seems like a war to me. One of the viewers said that week 3 starts in like 10 hours because it was Saturday morning Eastern time when, I think, wasn't it Saturday morning Eastern time around 1 a.m. when it kicked off? Juliana Martin thinks it's most definitely a war. Give me 1 second here. 1 moment. Oh, CNN says Michigan synagogue attack suspects, 2 brothers, 2 of their children, recently killed in Israeli airstrike in Lebanon. Hmm. Hang on a moment. Give me 1 second here. Just checking a couple things here. Yeah, here's something, a little update. We talked about this yesterday about whether this could be related to the war. So again, a man attacked a synagogue yesterday, driving his car into the synagogue. Man attacked in Michigan synagogue a week after airstrike. Man attacked synagogue a week after airstrike killed relatives in Lebanon. AP says a week before he armed himself with a rifle and rammed a vehicle into a synagogue outside Detroit, Lebanese-born Ayman Mohammed Ghazali learned that 4 family members had been killed by an Israeli airstrike in his native country, officials said today. The FBI described the attack as an act of violence targeting the Jewish community. None of the children's teachers or staff were injured. There was, I know, a security guard, at least one security guard was injured. Then I think there were a bunch of law enforcement who got treated for smoke inhalation, I believe, too. The man who did this lived in Dearborn Heights, about 38 miles south of the synagogue. An Israeli airstrike on March 5th, so that's during this war, killed 4 people in the town of Mashgara, Lebanese officials reported. Israel has stepped up attacks on the Iranian-backed militant group Hezbollah in Lebanon as the war with Iran has spread violence across the Middle East. A local official in Mashgara told the AP that the airstrike killed Ghazali's 2 brothers, a niece, and a nephew at their home just after sunset. By the way, this is not meant as a justification, of course, of the guy attacking a synagogue. How did they stop him? Security. Well, let's see here. Was it? I think security exchanged gunfire with him. I thought. He drove down a hallway and his vehicle caught fire. I don't know if it's been determined whether security shot him dead or he killed himself or what. I'd have to check on that. A security officer did fire at him. As of authorities had said that it was not clear how exactly he died. One of the viewers said AP left out that his brothers were in Hezbollah. Yeah, I didn't say anything about who the brothers were and the nature of the strike. I don't have that information in front of me. I'll look around for more. The FBI is supposed to give an update on that today. Thank you, Zephyr Demiurge. I really appreciate it. Zephyr Demiurge 4312. Also, Rachel Maestas, our new member. Arkwolf, thank you. Thomas P gave more people memberships. Thomas has given so many people memberships today. That's so nice of you. Make sure you thank Thomas or somebody else if they give you a membership or subscription. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you from Turkey. Thanks for watching. Thanks for your support. Rodei, if I'm pronouncing that right, Rodei. Thanks, Conmon93. Thank you, Eli Betts. Eli, I have heard no reporting. There is no reporting about an Iranian drone headed for California yesterday. I don't know who's telling you that, but I have heard absolutely nothing on it. Thank you to Chapstick for your support. Steve's Chapstick. Crappy J, thank you. Crappy J says, 2 weeks ago, Trump said this would last 4 to 6 weeks. Now we are sending troops and ships that are a week or more away. Crappy J thinks this reeks of incompetence. Thank you, Sir Racha, who says, U.S. Navy admits Hormuz is too dangerous to escort ships. I don't know that they've said that specifically. I'd have to check out what they've said. Now they want to defend Marines there on an island next to the mountains. How exactly? They haven't said they want to put Marines near the Strait of Hormuz. It's possible they do. It's possible. We'll have to see. Thank you so much, Sir Racha. One of our viewers said there were pre-alerts. Hang on a moment. Yes, there are alerts for, I believe, the southern Israel. I think southern Israel is going to be getting missile alerts, it looks like to me. Yes, there is a pre-warning for missile alerts in southern Israel. I do not have a camera in southern Israel. Alarms expected in the south. I can say that you can check out maybe Intel cams on YouTube. They have a South Israel camera. So again, we have missile alerts expected in the south. Bird is watching from Germany. keeping an eye out for the alerts. Some of our viewers are keeping an eye on Intel cams. I do not see anything on the map yet, alert-wise, on so far red alert map. Oh, I think the other feed may be, oh, no, it's not fixed yet. Thought it was fixed. It's not fixed. Still the alerts, no alerts yet. We have alerts right now, some alerts in the south right now. As predicted, alerts in southern Israel, Beersheba, and surrounding areas. So keep an eye on maybe on Intel cams on the South Israel cam. But there are the missile alerts right there. There were some sites damaged earlier today from an Iranian missile. Camera 6 on Intel cams, as Austin said. Yes, they have a South Israel cam. Some of them are going away. Oh, was there another pre-alert? Hold on. Oh, yes, Tel Aviv pre-alert for the Tel Aviv area as well. Pre-alert for Tel Aviv. Now, I'm going to make this full screen, but as many of you know, the government says you can't show this stuff. So the news agencies either shut down the cameras or they point them at the ground. But once in a while, something happens and you get to see something, or they'll forget or whatever. So anyways, that's the Tel Aviv shot right there. Where did the clock go? Oh. So we'll keep an eye on this camera because there's supposed to be alerts coming up. I'm going to put the sound on for this camera. It's a little loud, I know. So there's supposed to be more alerts coming up, including the Tel Aviv area. So I assume that we will lose this camera. I am fully expecting this camera to be lost in the next couple minutes. But we'll keep it up until it gets lost. The AFP cameras are having an issue. That would be a second one, but they're having an issue with their cameras, with the feeds today. This is the Reuters feed. Oh, was the alert canceled for Tel Aviv? One of the viewers said. Where? I haven't seen anything canceled from Homefront Command. Let's see. I haven't seen anything about an alert being canceled. Some of our viewers saying canceled. It hasn't popped up from Homefront Command yet. I still don't have an update. Austin said nothing on Intel cams so far. Yeah, again, I've seen nothing about an alert for Tel Aviv area getting canceled. It was a pre-alert. We'll see if any... Oh, see? All right, they pointed the camera down, but they're leaving the audio on. See what they did there? So they did leave the audio on, but they pointed the camera down because they think alerts are coming. So we should hear, if there's alerts, we'll hear the sirens. You can check out Intel cams if you want. Again, that's order of the Israeli government. That's why you can't show these things, because the Israeli government says so. Hey, thanks, Jerry Kovacs. Jerry Kovacs, thanks so much, Jerry. I appreciate that. Waiting for alerts. We're supposed to have coverage of the synagogue attack update coming up in about 40 minutes. We're supposed to have a camera from that. Just so you know. No alerts yet for Tel Aviv area. That sounds like an alert, doesn't it? Or no? Yes, the alerts. The alerts are in for Tel Aviv. There are the alerts. Tel Aviv and south of Tel Aviv and surrounding area. Okay, so let's see if we hear the alarm. Let's see if we hear the sirens go off. No sirens in Tel Aviv on our camera yet. I wonder if we won't hear them on this camera. I mean, there's alerts. You can see the Tel Aviv into the east alerts, missile alerts. This is the Tel Aviv camera that's zoomed in. There's the sirens right now. No interceptions I've heard yet. Maybe in the background some interceptions, I can't tell. The alerts are not on the map anymore. That is. Sounds like a drone, maybe. Oh, but it's not a there's no drone alert. I assume it's an if it's a drone, I assume it's an Israeli drone. So, trying to find out from this latest, Israelis are being told that they can leave the protected areas in the south of Israel. I do not know if there have been any missile hits, in this latest wave. So waiting to hear more about that. Oh, N12 News says it appears that the firing from Iran towards the central region, which includes Tel Aviv, was intercepted. So again, it appears that the firing towards the central region, including Tel Aviv, was intercepted. I don't know about southern Israel, what happened there. We'll have to wait and see. N12 News also says reported attacks in Tehran, airstrikes. All right, so let's get this back up here. I'm going to turn that off. Let's go back to this, Beirut and Tel Aviv. Now, what did I want to mention? Give me a moment. I think that's rain. Oh, we're going to get, guys, coming up, we're going to get an FBI press conference coming up on yesterday's synagogue attack, as we see what looks like a plane coming into Beirut airport there. So that is coming up. I'll actually put it on the screen. So today is FBI update on synagogue attack. Can I make this any bigger? I don't know if I can make that bigger at the moment. Oopsie, now why can't I do this? One sec. Let's try this. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Now I have the clock on the screen. Let me put this here. Good. And real quick, I'm just going to put the clock on the screen here. Good. All right, so we're gonna have that for you guys coming up. The update on the shooting, which, I mean, it sounds like it could possibly be related to this war, because there's reporting that several of the attackers' relatives were killed last week in Lebanon by an Israeli strike. So we're going to have an update from the FBI on that for you coming very shortly. And we are taking comments. We're bringing you updates. By the way, I want to thank our moderators here. Really appreciate it. Did I thank Rachel Maestas, by the way? Thanks, Rachel, for your support. Hold on. Thanks, Beth Mythical, for monitoring. Thanks so much, Beth. And by the way, thanks to Trump God for your support. Thanks also to our moderators on Twitch, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Surly Dev, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. And Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry, Body, Paul Anderson on Facebook. Thanks, by the way, to Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars. And Kristen McConnell Gates and Laverne Thompson and Susan Muno. Thank you all for the Facebook stars. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jerry Kovacs. Thank you, Jerry. And people are talking about the price of Brent crude oil. I'm going to check on that right now. The oil price I am seeing right now is almost 104. Getting close to 104 Brent crude. US WTI crude getting up close to 99. So Brent crude up about 3% today. Oh, and when does it stop trading? It stops trading for a couple days on the weekend. Five Eastern time? Isn't it supposed to have stopped already? Did it already stop for the day? 5 Eastern time on Friday to 6 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. Yes, our viewers are saying it stopped. That sounds right. So it closed for the weekend at 10, I'm seeing 1037. Shyam says it stopped. No, the screen is not paused. Both of these are live. The Tel Aviv cam has not zoomed back out yet, but both of these are live cameras. Hey, thanks. Hey, Thomas from Sweden, so supportive today. So nice of you, Thomas from Sweden. Thomas PO419, who says your moderators deserve the highest praise. That's very nice of you, Thomas. Thank you. Thanks to Turbo Team on Twitch for subscribing. Who Shot JR for your support. Thank you. Oh, I have an update. Dan Lamoth from Washington Post posted an update about the new troop deployment. Dan Lamoth of the Washington Post said, seeing some confusion about numbers and roles related to the new Marine Corps deployment today, in the news today, he says, just a summary of some of what he says the deployment appears to include a Marine expeditionary unit. They typically deploy on ships, but also go ashore as needed. The total number of personnel in a Marine Expeditionary Unit is about 2,200 to 2,400. Also, the Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group, which is the Navy complement to the same task force. They will be spread across several different vessels. Navy personnel in such a group number about 2,000. So about 2,000 Navy and about 2,200 to 2,400 Marines. He says these kind of, this unit and others like it train for a wide array of missions. Unclear if something specific is in mind here, or if the Pentagon simply wants more optionality available for what might develop with Iran. So what thinks oil's going to go to more than 200 per barrel? Thank you, Robert Sandero, who is watching from Sweden. Also, thanks so much in Switzerland to Roman Mueller. Roman Mueller in Switzerland, thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really appreciate that. Thank you. We're going to have, in a few minutes, the update on the Michigan synagogue attack that happened yesterday. Faytuck's network posted a video purportedly of a missile hitting in southern Israel from the last barrage. I'm going to post a link to this. So was there a missile that hit southern Israel in the last barrage? I have to look at this and see what I'm seeing reported. Al Jazeera says initial report of a serious injury in the Israel's Negev region following an Iranian missile. Yeah, I'm seeing a couple video. Well, let me say this. N12 News said that it was a shrapnel fell, not a missile. Shrapnel fell. And N12 News says no injuries reported in Israel. Oh, what is this? What is this? Hold on a moment here. As we wait for there was a report from Al Jazeera that there were some areas in Qatar being evacuated for security reasons. See if I can find something more about that. Oh, breaking news. Breaking news from Qatar. Look at this, guys. This is some news from Qatar. Check it out. I was going to check it out. Hold on. Look at that. The Ministry of Interior announces that the relevant authorities are evacuating a number of specified areas as a temporary precautionary measure in Qatar in the interest of public safety until the risk has passed. The ministry urges everyone to rely on official sources for information and to adhere to the issued recommendations. So why is Qatar evacuating certain areas? I don't know. Now, Johnny Walker says they ran out of interceptors. I haven't heard that. But again, I do not know why they're evacuating certain areas. And this comes at 12:45 a.m. in Qatar. By the way, thanks Rachel Louise Gibson for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Rachel. Also, Travis Becker. Travis said Trump said Iran is close to surrendering. Did he say? I'd have to go check on what he said today. I'm not familiar with everything he said today. That's what Travis says. I don't know if he said that today. Thank you so much, Travis Becker. Also, Explosivization and Kenneth White and O. Arthur from Europe. Thank you, O. Arthur, and thank you, O. Arthur, for thanking our moderators. So, why is Qatar announcing at 12:45 a.m. or around there that they are evacuating a number of specified areas as a temporary precautionary measure in the interest of public safety until the risk has passed? What risk? I don't know. But that is a new news from Qatar. User says we need to know what areas. Oh, they just reposted the post. But I think they made they made like a typo correction or something. It's the same thing. They're evacuating a number of specified areas as a temporary precautionary measure in the interest of public safety until the threat has subsided. We are waiting for the update on the synagogue attack. Hey, thanks to Phil Watson. Thank you so much, Phil Watson, for your support. That's very kind of you, Phil. I really appreciate it. Phil Watson. If I can find anything more about Qatar, I'll let you know. Oh, hold on, guys. Look what I have. Look what I have on the screen. I'm going to put this up on the screen for you. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. Let's get it up on the screen for you. There it is. So we're about to hear the FBI. This is in West Bloomfield Township, Michigan. So I'm going to put live. FBI update on Michigan synagogue attack. I need about 1 minute. Can you give me 1 minute? Hey, wow. By the way, thank you to Thomas. Hold on. Thank you to Thomas. So supportive, Thomas, today. Thomas PO419 from Sweden. Thank you for all your support, Thomas. Really cool of you. Also, thanks to One Aksidi, who claims that the areas around the U.S. Embassy in Doha and Al Udeid Air Base are being evacuated. Is that true? I don't know. I'll have to check that out. I need a minute, though. So thanks, One Aksidi. I appreciate that. All right, so let me just give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. One moment. One moment. Hey, thanks again to Roman Muller from you know what? I think I said Thomas is in Switzerland. Thomas, I believe, is in Sweden, isn't it? Thomas, did I say Switzerland for you? I'm sorry. I just realized this. Thomas is in Sweden, not Switzerland. Roman Muller is in Switzerland. Thank you so much to Roman Muller and to Thomas, PO419. I really appreciate that. Oh, I did say Sweden? Okay. I thought I said the wrong thing. So I said it right. Okay. No need then. We're waiting for the update on the synagogue attack. Give me a moment here. I got to check a couple things. Yeah, Dibs mentioned this. We talked about this earlier. That reportedly Formula One races in April in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia are going to be canceled. I think that's 2 of the 24 they do during the year. But reportedly, Formula One races in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia are going to be canceled. I don't know that it's made official yet. Thanks again for mentioning that, Dibs. We talked about that a bit earlier. Thank you for more memberships from Thomas from Sweden. Thomas P0419 has given out so many memberships. Thank you, Thomas. Also, Alabama fan, thanks for the membership. And Pond Mower on Twitch, and thanks for your support, Pond Mower. We're waiting for this update. Fred Pleitgen reports Iran is considering allowing a number of oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, provided that the oil cargo is traded in Chinese yuan. That's an interesting report from CNN. CNN reports that Iran is considering allowing a limited number of oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, provided that the oil cargo is traded in Chinese yuan. instead of dollars. International oil is almost entirely traded in dollars. China has attempted to make inroads in the past several years to buy oil in yuan. Interesting. Well, let's watch this. This is the FBI update right now.
Hello. My name is Jennifer Runyon, R-U-N-Y-A-N, and I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI Detroit Field Office. First, our hearts continue to be with the Jewish community and the victims here in Michigan as they recover from this devastating attack. Thankfully, the brave officers and security personnel who protected the temple yesterday are recovering, and we continue to pray for their speedy recovery, their speedy healing. Acts of violence against houses of worship, schools, and our communities have no place in Michigan, and the FBI continues to work tirelessly to provide support for these families and to investigate the events that led up to this ruthless act of violence. Now I'd like to provide an update about this active and ongoing investigation. We are aware that there's been a significant amount of public reporting about the assailant. However, because we are only 30 hours investigation, it would be irresponsible for me to speculate about his motive at this time. Our team's been working around the clock to ensure that we remain focused on providing confirmed facts about this investigation rather than uncorroborated speculation. The FBI continues to process the evidence we've collected from the temple, the vehicle, and surrounding locations. At this time, there are no new known threats to the community, and the FBI has no indications that this attack was connected to the shooting at Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia. The FBI has forensically confirmed that the assailant responsible for carrying out this attack was Ayman Mohammed Ghazali, age 41, from Dearborn Heights, Michigan. He has no previous criminal history and no registered weapons. He also has never been the subject of an FBI investigation. As for the preliminary timeline of yesterday's events, here's what I can provide. At approximately 9:58 a.m., Ghazali drove his gray Ford F-150 into the parking lot of Temple Israel. From approximately 10 a.m. to 12:15 p.m., Ghazali remained parked in his vehicle in the parking lot. No other persons or vehicles were observed associating with him. At approximately 12:15 p.m., Ghazali starts driving through the parking lot, and approximately 12:19 p.m., Ghazali drives his vehicle into door 5 on the southeast corner of the building, hitting a security guard on his way in. At approximately 12:20, Ghazali's vehicle gets jammed between hallway walls, and he begins firing through the windshield of his vehicle. Ghazali and the first security officer engage in a gunfight through the rear window of Ghazali's vehicle. And at this point, Ghazali is unable to extract himself due to the vehicle being jammed in the hallway. At approximately 12:22 p.m., a second security officer engages Ghazali in a gunfight from the front of the vehicle. And soon thereafter, Ghazali's vehicle, his engine compartment, catches on fire, and at some point during the gunfight, Ghazali suffers a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. In the bed of the truck, we found large quantities of commercial-grade fireworks and several jugs of flammable liquid we believe to be gasoline, some of which has been consumed in the fire. Again, I'd like to commend the teachers and the staff who successfully evacuated the children during this attack. We realize this is a traumatic event for everyone, and as a result, we have set up the Family Assistance Center to provide victim services support and resources here at the J Detroit for any individuals affected by this tragedy. For those looking to recover their personal items that were left at Temple Israel during this attack, you and your family can recover your items here at the Family Assistance Center at the old fitness area of the J throughout the weekend. For the public, I continue to ask everyone and anyone if you have any additional information about the subject or this incident to submit a digital media tip at www.fbi.gov/West Bloomfield attack or to call our tip line at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We ask that you continue to provide any information that you deem helpful, no matter how small you think it is. Additionally, if you or someone you know, a family member, a coworker, or a friend, is exhibiting concerning behavior or making threats towards themselves or others, please call your local police department or the FBI, once again, at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We need the community's help to keep everyone safe. I would also like to thank our state, local, and federal partners, along with the Jewish Federation, the Jewish Community Security, and the Temple Israel Security, as well as the local community, for all of their collaboration as we continue to work this investigation. Our partnerships and efforts are focused on keeping these communities safe, and we cannot mitigate or fully investigate these incidents without their tireless support. Lastly, I just want to leave you with this. The FBI will continue in our no-fail mission to defend the homeland against those who intend to create fear or harm. And I also encourage all of our places of worship to remain vigilant. I'd like to encourage our houses of worship and schools to work with their local, state, and federal partners to get active shooter training, such as the FBI's Active Shooter Attack Prevention and Preparedness training, to ensure everyone is protected while our first responders arrive to stop threats. At this time, I'll turn it over to Sheriff Bouchard.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say thank you to everybody that did respond, state, federal, all of our partners. There was a total of 605 law enforcement officers that responded to the scene from 42 different agencies. That's the way we work in this area. You know, time and time again, you see things on television, on TV shows where there's animosity between agencies. We don't see that here. We have a shared mission, and that's to keep the community safe. It operated seamlessly. Everybody came from wherever they could. And one of the things that's amazing to me, given that you had 605 law enforcement coming here with breakneck speed, there was only one accident where one detective on the way here, lights and siren, had an accident, and that person will be okay. So that's a miracle in and of itself. I'd also like to say that a total now of 63 law enforcement officers were sent to the hospital as a result of the smoke inhalation. The situation when the car caught fire, they continued to pour into the building to make sure, A, that the threat was neutralized and there was no follow-on threat, and B, the innocent were evacuated. They accomplished that seamlessly with the great work of not only the security team, but the staff that knew how to marshal these young kids and get them moving in a way that got them out of the building quickly. I mean, we're talking kids from 0 to 5. This wasn't a group that knew what to do or how to do it. They relied on the staff that was there to get it done, and they did it in a great way. So that doesn't come by accident, and we talked a little bit about this before, training. We have all been training together for many, many years. Sadly, we have responded to multiple similar kinds of events around the county and in Michigan where active shooters were, and it comes from that deep training and participation and a willingness to help each other to be better prepared to respond to things that sadly we have to in today's world. So as you saw this play forward, again, it's not a time to make a plan at the door. That's why you have to train in advance, communicate in advance, and then execute when something like this begins to happen. Security did a great job. Staff did a great job. First responders did a great job, and it doesn't come without training. There's been questions about, well, it's kind of coincidental that there was training at the temple fairly recently, and is it connected or was there something suspected? The answer is no. We're training all the time as agencies with our partners, with our houses of worship, with our schools, and that was one of those such trainings. There was no credible intelligence or belief that it was about to get hit, but it's ongoing training throughout the community, and they did a great job executing that training. Also, I'd like to thank the community at large who has really poured out their support and affection for everyone involved. The Jewish community, first and foremost, has been, I think, uplifted and hugged from our community, and that's appreciated and is encouraged. If you know someone in the Jewish community, tell them you're with them. You stand against anti-Semitism. It's not tolerable on any level, anywhere, period. And also I'd like to thank, in addition to all of our partners, the Shenandoah Country Club and the Chaldean community, which served a lot of things, an incident command post and reunification center. They jumped right in and did everything they could and did that day, and they continue to do so to this day. And then finally, everyone here at this facility where we moved on day 2 has been amazing to make the facility and capability and staff available. It's those kinds of things. When you see the worst in humanity, you see the best. And we've seen the best in humanity respond to that here in this community. So I thank everybody for that.
Good evening. Dale Young, Police Chief of West Bloomfield Township. I want to start off by saying that I echo many of the sentiments that you just heard from both the FBI and our Oakland County Sheriff. To my local, county, state, federal, and private partners, thank you for your invaluable assistance during one of the darkest days in West Bloomfield Township's history. To my officers, dispatchers, civilian staff, and fire partners, I am incredibly proud of how, without hesitation, you responded to this incident. You were pressure tested and demonstrated your readiness and the high level of your ability to respond to heinous acts of violence. To my West Bloomfield community, your Township Board of Trustees continues to invest in the professional development of its public safety personnel, to include equipping us with some of the best equipment in the industry. Your public safety is ready and vigilant to keep you safe. West Bloomfield, we will make it through this together. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the Jewish Community CEO, Steve Ingber.
I said this yesterday. I'll say it again. I'm not surprised. I'm not shocked. And we've got to stop this. That's point blank. And I also want to remind my Jewish brethren that we are here, we will be here, we will come out stronger. We may be down, but we will reignite. Tonight is Shabbat, and I ask all of you to say a prayer. And I want to thank everybody behind me and the 605 people that ran towards trouble. So when you're looking for a friend, when you're looking for who's with us, there were 605 people willing to give their life to save us. Thank God that didn't have to happen. Maybe we all have a better day ahead.
We'll go ahead and take some questions now. Go ahead, Corey. Hi, Corey at the AP for Chief and Sheriff and Special Agent. If this guy drove from Dearborn Heights, he passed an awful lot of synagogues on the way. Is there a reason why he chose Temple Israel? Did he have any kind of connection with the temple or the congregation here?
At this time, that's still part of the ongoing investigation. I don't have any information to show an intent of why this synagogue versus another.
Special Agent, do you have any hard numbers on the number of rounds that were fired or fireworks found in the trunk?
I don't yet. Right now, we're still processing and assessing everything that we have and sending to the lab. Obviously, fireworks also, when they catch fire, they condense and smaller, so we're working on getting an accurate amount of pounds, and I just didn't want to put out any inaccurate information today.
Is it typical for somebody to sit in a vehicle for multiple hours at the parking lot? If so, I understand that, but if not, did security approach the vehicle while he was sitting there, or did nobody come up to it during that time while it was in the parking lot?
That's part of our investigation as well. Many people, I don't know how to opine right now on his motives, and so I don't want to speculate and give you any information. All I know is that based upon the surveillance footage that we had, he sat in the parking lot from 10 a.m. to 12:15 p.m. and decided to start driving after that. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Preliminary reports from the medical examiner's office show a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Mm-hmm.
Do you have a written copy of your statement of what you said?
We can provide that. This is my media coordinator, Jordan Hall. He can make sure you get a written copy.
Okay. Hi there, Kyla Russell with Local 4. You all just confirmed that the suspect was, in his car outside the temple there for a while. Do we know if he, and I've heard that maybe he has been to the temple a few times in weeks leading up, or in recent days? Can you speak to that at all?
No, not at this time. It's still part of our building out the full timeline and part of that investigation, and I'm not going to be able to comment further on that.
Hi, Scott Walczak, Fox 2. Can you confirm when the truck entered and made its way, it ended up very close to where the kids were supposed to be?
I don't think I have a response. Ask me that question again. Say that question.
Where did the truck end up in relation to where the children's daycare center was?
They were in a different part of the building.
Okay, different part
Yeah.
of the building. Okay, thank you.
We're told by some Dearborn Heights officials that the suspect recently had family members that were killed in an Israeli airstrike, but there's also reporting that those family members were members of Hezbollah, which has been designated a terrorist organization. Do you guys know that or have that information?
So we are aware of that information. That's definitely part of our ongoing investigation at this time. I can't provide any additional on that or speculate further.
Because of the suspect's family members being killed in the strikes in Lebanon, we've been learning that some of his close friends and allies, they were actually contacting local law enforcement saying that the suspect was exhibiting some type of suspicious behavior. Is this anything that you all have been made aware about?
We're still pursuing every lead that comes into us, and at this point in time, I'm not going to add anything additional to that. I appreciate that question.
Hi, so are you chasing the terror-related incidents now?
So as I've said, we're just 30 hours into this, and we're letting the facts and evidence lead where we're going. And it's too early to speculate on the subject's motive. For the FBI, motive and inspiration is a key part of how we characterize an incident. At the end of the day, this is a devastating attack that was clearly targeted against one of our largest temples in the country. And we're pursuing every lead, and the FBI is working diligently. And when I'm able to provide that information in a confirmed way through the facts and the evidence that we have, we will provide that. But at this time, we're just referring to it as a targeted act of violence until we have further information to provide about his true motive.
This is going to be your last one.
Given the number of religious institutions in West Bloomfield County and in Oakland County, has patrol been increased or will it be increased at religious institutions throughout the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, we have increased it all across the county. I know Chief Young has definitely done that in West Bloomfield and has been doing it for the days and weeks prior to this, because we've been in communication regularly. And we actually communicated with our partners in Southeast Michigan chiefs today, and the resources are all prepared and all queued up, and there'll be extra attention to houses of worship throughout the region. So if you see police cars there, it's not because something's happening, it's because we want to make sure you feel safe to worship as you have the right to do in this community and in this country.
So this is going to be our last press conference for this event here. If we have new information that becomes available, you can find it either on the FBI social media account, or if it's something that's really substantial, we'll notify you for our next press conference. We want to thank you for your cooperation. You guys have been great during this time period. Hopefully everybody has a great weekend. Thank you.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
All right, that was the update. One thing, so they didn't talk about the motive at all. They're still investigating the motive. Hold on a moment. All right, hang on. What I need to do is I want to get this off the screen. Where's that? Okay, that's off the screen. I need to get this back on the Tel Aviv live shot. They did not talk about, they're still looking into the motive of this synagogue attack. Again, there are reports that the attacker had several relatives who died last week in an Israeli airstrike in Lebanon. I've seen some claims online that claim some of his relatives were in Hezbollah. I have no idea, but that is not something the FBI was weighing in on today. And also, while that was on, I did take advantage of the time to throw some, hang on one second, to put some food in the air fryer. So, because I'm going to have to eat something in a moment. But hold on, let me get rid of the clock here. We don't need that clock on. So give me about, I need a minute here. That's Tel Aviv. So there's Tel Aviv. Then we have the Beirut stream. It's a little loud. All right. Give me about, I'm going to disappear for about 15 seconds. I need about 15 seconds. I'm coming right back. Okay, hold on. So I'm making some food right now. I am making food in the air fryer. And so I'm going to eat shortly, and we'll leave the stream going. I do want to thank Crimson Dingo, our member, Elizabeth Fabian, our member. Jonathan Morris gave some memberships. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you also, The Jeff, and Oil Medic, and Roman Muller, and Thomas P400419. Thank you so much. And I'll say blank me, thank you for your support. Blank me said, if this is a war, then why was Article 5 not triggered when Turkey was attacked? This is not a war. Well, those are two different questions. So NATO has an agreement whereby if one member is attacked, the other members, there's a specified procedure they go through, but they're pledged to defend each other. First of all, that I'm not aware that NATO agreement has anything to do with something being officially called a war. So it seems like these are more two different questions. Whether it's a war just depends on how people use the word war. That's a different question than whether NATO should be responding to Turkey being attacked. So there have been several, I think 3 different times a missile was fired towards Turkey in this war. It's up to the NATO members to determine what constitutes, I believe, an attack and how they're going to respond to it. So, again, now one of our viewers said it's up to Turkey to invoke it. So I'm not sure how all the procedures work but then you have this thing where they have to meet, and then they have to, talk about what they're going to do about it. And there's all these consultations that I don't want to get into NATO procedure right now. But the bottom line is, I would assume that Turkey and other NATO countries are not going to invoke Article 5 over a missile flying over them for various reasons. But that itself is a different question. I don't believe that question has anything to do whether something's called a war or not. It's an interesting, the issue of when NATO responds to something as an attack is an interesting question. I don't really want to get into it right now because it's a bit off topic. But that is an interesting question. But again, I'm not aware that has anything to do with whether they consider something a war. Maybe you're saying if NATO doesn't respond, that means it's not a war. Well, I guess what I would argue is Turkey is not one missile or three missiles in a week flying near Turkey or somewhere over Turkey is a very different experience than what all the military activities that are going on in Iran right now and Lebanon and some surrounding countries. And so that's my response. I appreciate the question, though. Thank you, 1xCD, who says Turkey said Iran allowed an oil tanker through the strait today, an apology tanker. What I can tell you is I haven't heard that report, but I am aware that Iran has allowed some tankers to go through the strait that are carrying Iranian oil. Also, I saw some sort of report about Iran claiming that this was not, that either it didn't come from them or it wasn't intentional or something. I have to look that up about all of that. But in a moment, I'm going to go eat. Let me get so this. For some reason, the Beirut stream stopped here, and hope they're supposed to get that back soon. This is both Beirut streams. There's been problems today with the AFP streams. Let me see if that's fixed yet. But again, there's been problems today playing the AFP streams. So I should have two Beirut streams, and right now neither of them is working. But let me see if I'll have to check back in on AFP and see if it's working again. AFP has been having problems for hours. For the moment, I can put the Tel Aviv stream on. Yeah, maybe when I come back from eating, we can talk more about NATO or more about Iran and Turkey, if you remind me. Thank you, Leals. Thank you, Leals, for your support. I appreciate that, Leals. One of them is Leals. I appreciate that, Leals. Also, Crimson Dingo. There is, hang on a moment here. Oopsie. That's Tel Aviv. But of course, I'd rather have the Beirut stream. Again, it says the Reuters feed from Beirut is having an issue at the moment. And so are all the AFP feeds. It's unbelievable. Let's see. Oopsie, that's not what I wanted. Let's try this. I think, could Reuters is back. The Reuters feed is back. The Reuters feed of Beirut is back. That's better. There we go. All right, here's what we're going to do. We've been on for a number of hours. I have some food waiting for me that I'm going to eat. And I'm going to eat that food right now while leaving the stream going. If anything happens while I'm eating, I will rush in here right away. Otherwise, I will be back on screen after I eat. By the way, flights at Washington area airports served by Potomac Tracon are on hold due to an equipment outage, says Flight Radar 24. Flights at Washington area airports served by the Potomac Tracon are on hold due to an equipment outage. That's from Flight Radar 24. All right, hold on a moment here. Okay. I have to eat something or else things are not going to be good if I don't eat something. All right, so let me do that right now. Then we can talk about more when I come back. So I'm going to put on the screen that Steve is taking a meal break. He will be back soon. Okay, we'll put that up. Where did I put that? There we go. All right. So I appreciate everybody watching. We're going to continue our coverage. I'll put the volume up on the live shot. And again, I'm going to be keeping an eye on everything as I'm eating. And if there's something huge, I'll rush in here. Thanks, by the way, to Pond Mower over there on Twitch and all of our moderators too. All right, let me do that. And I will be back in a little bit after I eat. we have big breaking news. Big breaking news. We have big breaking news. I was eating and AZ Intel messaged me. Said, look at your message, look at the computer. Look at what President Trump has just announced. Look at what President Trump has just announced. Karg Island. Look at this. Karg Island. Oh my gosh. Moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown Jew Karg Island. Karg Island is where Iran ships about 90% of their oil, from Karg Island. Our weapons are the most powerful and sophisticated that the world has ever known, but for reasons of decency, I have chosen not to wipe out the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision. So he says they've hit the military targets on Karg Island. I don't know how much military targets on Karg Island there is. Karg Island is basically an island that is used to refine and ship oil. About 90% of the oil that leaves Iran goes through Karg Island. So he's saying, well, we didn't hit the oil infrastructure. We hit the military targets. I don't know how many military targets there are on Karg Island. So he says, during my first term, and currently, I rebuilt our military into the most lethal, powerful, and effective force by far anywhere in the world. Iran has no ability to defend anything that we want to attack. There is nothing they can do about it. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, nor will it have the ability to threaten the U.S., the Middle East, or for that matter, the world. Iran's military and all others involved with this terrorist regime would be wise to lay down their arms and save what's left of their country, which isn't much. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So Trump says, U.S. bombs Karg Island. Well, how to say this? But not oil infrastructure on island yet? U.S. bombs military targets on Iran's Karg Island. So this is obviously a big deal. It would be a much bigger deal if Trump were to order that the oil infrastructure on Karg Island were destroyed. Because again, about 90% of Iranian oil gets exported through Karg Island. The coastline of Iran isn't deep enough for tankers to go there. So there's this island. I think it's about 300 miles off the coast, but I'd have to look that up. Is that too far? But it's well off the coast, and it's the place where the tankers can go pick up the oil, and where oil gets I think most of the oil gets refined. I'm sorry, it's not 300 miles. That was just absolutely wrong. It's about 300 miles from the Strait of Hormuz. That makes much more sense than 300 miles from the coast. It's about 15 miles from the coast of Iran and about 300 miles from the Strait of Hormuz. That makes a lot more sense. I'll show you on a map. We looked at it on a map before. Yeah, that would make sense if it was 300 miles from Iran coast. Here, so you can see The Strait of Hormuz is here. Karg Island is here. There's Karg Island right there. Again, it's about 15 miles from the coast, and that's the island. Now, President Trump said that the U.S. bombed military targets on Karg Island. I mean, I don't know what's there, but if you just look at, just eyeballing it, it looks like generally, devoted to oil stuff. It's not known as a military. What it's known for is the island where they refine and ship off the oil. All right, hang on a moment here. So let me just real quick. I wonder. Oh, the oil market is closed, by the way. Did Trump wait until the oil market closes for the weekend? The oil market closed for the weekend about 2 hours ago, right? Yes? I think. Oh, is there oil exchange traded fund? Hang on a second. Hang on one moment here. It reopens, just so you know, the oil market opens at 5 p.m. on Sunday. All right, let's talk about this some more. So, big news, big update from Trump. Also, is he basically, is he saying that if they don't immediately open the Strait of Hormuz, that he's going to blow up the rest of Karg Island? All right, so hold on a second here. We got to read what he said again. Patrick DeHaan of Gas Buddy guy, says bombing Karg will skyrocket oil and harden Iran's stance on creating chaos in the strait. The guy, Patrick DeHaan, who specializes in covering gas prices, he just posted, escalations will continue to embolden Iran, and this will likely embolden Iran to do exactly that. Bombing Karg, he thinks, will skyrocket oil and harden Iran's stance on creating chaos in the strait. All right, here again is what President Trump said. I wondered if the oil market were open now. I'll have to look and see. I'm not familiar with like the after hours and stuff. If the oil market were open now, what would the oil price be doing right now? So remember, Karg Island is an island off the coast of Iran where 90% of the oil from Iran leaves Iran from that island. The tankers cannot get to the coast of Iran because the water isn't deep enough. So they use the island. And so I was talking earlier in the broadcast, I was talking about an article I read last couple days. And what it said is that, well, you know, a reason if you're Trump, you might want to do something to take over Karg Island or bomb Karg Island is that's going to really hurt the Iranian regime's economy, which relies on oil if they can't ship out their oil. But another point it made is it said, well, a reason that the U.S. might not want to attack Kharg Island is if you destroy Kharg Island, then if there's a regime change, then it's going to really hurt the following regime, because a big source of their income is now gone. So also, aside from that, the question of oil prices going up, because you could have it will cut off more oil supply from the world. So that's a whole. We were talking about an article that mentioned that today too. So here is what Trump said. Trump said, moments ago, at my direction, the U.S. Central Command executed one of the most. Now, is it really one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East? Because again, I am not aware. I may be wrong, but this is Kharg Island. I'm not aware. I have never seen Kharg Island described as a military fortress or a military stronghold. It is an island off the coast of Iran that's devoted to oil. Okay, so I just want to make sure. What is the length of this island? It's about 5 miles long. 5 miles long. 5 by 2 or something like that. 5 by 1 or 5 by 2 miles. Anyways, President Trump claims it's one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East. And he said it totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel Kharg Island. Also, I have to say, it would have to be a pretty careful bombing raid if you didn't hit the oil infrastructure. I mean, there's a lot of oil infrastructure on that island. So I would think you'd have to be pretty careful. I mean, look at it. Look at the island. Look at all the oil infrastructure on the island, right? So I would think you'd have to be pretty careful with what you're bombing if you don't want to damage any of the oil infrastructure. Oh, some of our viewers are wondering if they bombed the runway. That's a good, I don't know. There's a runway there. I don't know. All right. Again, he said totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel Kharg Island. Our weapons are the most powerful and sophisticated. By the way, I'll say this. We always have viewers who say Trump is going to wait till the market closes to do things. Well, it's not just. So this is on Friday, so it's after the stock market and the oil market closed for the weekend, just so you know. Oil market reopens in 2 days. But our viewers who are always saying that Trump waits till the market closed, I think are probably going to say they're right in this case. He says, our weapons are the most powerful and sophisticated that the world has ever known, but for reasons of decency, I have chosen not to wipe out the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships to the Strait of Hormuz? So again, Iran has already been doing this. Iran has attacked, I think it's probably over 16 or more ships at this point. And a number of them in or near the Strait of Hormuz. So they've already been doing this. So I guess he's saying, should Iran do anything else to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately, and he says, I will reconsider this decision. He does not say, I will bomb them. He says, I will reconsider. During my first term and currently, I rebuilt our military into the most lethal, powerful, and effective force by far anywhere in the world. Iran has no ability to defend anything that we want to attack. There is nothing they can do about it. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, nor will it have the ability to threaten the United States of America, the Middle East, or for that matter, the world. Iran's military and all others involved with this terrorist regime would be wise to lay down their arms and save what's left of their country, which isn't much. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Wow. Now I wonder, obviously Iran can go to the island and take pictures. So I wonder what we'll hear. What's the Iranian response going to be? Are we going to see photos from the island from Iran? It's basically threatening to damage the oil infrastructure on the island. All right, let me check some things. Let me check some things. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Just give me a moment. I have to check some things. We're going to take some more of your comments. I just saw an update. Breaking news from the one of our viewers mentioned this. Breaking news from the Wall Street Journal. Breaking news from the Wall Street Journal. They say 5 Air Force refueling planes hit on an Iranian strike on Saudi Arabia. Wow. All right, hold on a moment. Hang on one moment here. Hang on one moment. 5 Air Force refueling planes were struck and damaged in Saudi Arabia in recent days, says the Wall Street Journal. Five U.S. Air Force refueling planes were struck and damaged on the ground in Saudi Arabia. They were hit during an Iranian missile strike on the Saudi base in recent days. Wow. All right, I'm going to show you this right. I'm going to give you the full report right now. This just in. This just in. Where did it go? Okay, so again, the Wall Street Journal reports, this is just in. 5 U.S. Air Force refueling planes were struck and damaged on the ground at Prince Sultan Air Force Air Base in Saudi Arabia, according to 2 U.S. officials. The tankers were hit during an Iranian missile strike on the Saudi base in recent days, the officials said. The tankers were damaged but not fully destroyed and are being repaired, the official said. One of the officials said, no one was killed during the strikes. Thanks. One of the viewers mentioned they saw that right as it got posted. I'm going to, let me just mention this again. This is new reporting from the Wall Street Journal. 5 U.S. Air Force refueling planes were struck and damaged on the ground at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, according to 2 U.S. officials. The tankers were hit during an Iranian missile strike on the Saudi base in recent days, the official said. U.S. Central Command declined to comment, which is interesting. And it also says the tankers were damaged but not fully destroyed and are being repaired. One of the officials said no one was killed in the strikes. So this didn't even happen. This might have not happened today. And then you wonder, is there anything else like this that's happened that has not been reported? Five of them. So big news. Two big news stories. Just coming out now. Two big news stories just coming out now. Wow. I'd love to get, I don't know when we'll get it. I would love to get more of an update on, with Karg Island, what exactly was bombed there. How many military targets are there on Karg Island? I just read that there were some DC airports shut down, and Flight Radar 24 says flights are departing at various airports in DC again, but ground stops for flights to those airports remain in place. We talked about that earlier. This was due to a chemical smell at the air traffic control center. A chemical smell at an air traffic control center. But again, Flight Radar 24 says flights have begun taking off again in the area. All right, we gotta discuss more of these updates here. You know what I need? I need like a minute. Here's what I'm gonna do. Put this on the screen right now, and give me. I was finished. I'm not going to eat anymore. I had basically finished eating, but I just need like 2 minutes. I ran in here. So if you give me 2 minutes, I will come back and we will discuss everything. How does that sound? We'll get your comments on these latest big news stories. And we'll talk about Karg Island. All right, hold on a moment. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, we're back. Thanks for your patience. Let's get back to all the updates here. So, President Trump saying that the U.S. has bombed military targets, I don't know what those are exactly, on the important oil processing and shipping island, oil refining and shipping island, Karg Island. And has threatened to do more. He's threatened to bomb the oil infrastructure. 90% of Iran's oil gets exported through Karg Island. And also, the Wall Street Journal reports that 5 U.S. refueling tankers were damaged in recent days when a Saudi missile attacked when an Iranian missile attacked a Saudi airbase. So we're going to get into all of this. Hey, let me just real quick, I want to thank our moderators. One of our viewers, Danny G, says, I think the fact that we can't defend is an eye-opener. Well, it's interesting that a missile, if that's true, that a missile got through at a Saudi airbase where all these aircraft were on the ground. That is interesting. Thanks to all of our moderators. I just want to thank our moderators first here. I need a moment here. Oh, let me do one other thing here. Sorry. There's a bunch going on. There is a bunch going on. The AFP feeds are working again, by the way. What else was I going to do? I was going to, thank our moderators. I want to thank our moderators. I really appreciate it. They are moderating and keeping the chat under control and respectful and civil. Over there on YouTube, we have Leslie Ladyhawk and Ruth and Beth Mythical. Thank you. And all of our other moderators there. On Twitch, we have A Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Peridon, Matthew Kohai 3, McBridges, and Surly Dev. Big thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X, on Facebook, Paul Anderson, Charlotte Webb, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thank you. Thanks to Ivelyn Berry Speedell for subscribing on Facebook. And Christy Claft. And hold on, there was somebody else I missed over there. Who did I miss? I think it was Dolly. Can't find it now. Dolly Clark, thank you. Hey, and I owe some other thank yous here. Thanks so much to Crime Trial Addict for your support. Thanks, Jerry Dunn. Jerry thinks the U.S. won't destroy Karg. They will take it over and build a naval base like they did with the prison in Cuba and protect it and the Strait. That's what Jerry says. Look, we were talking before. There's several thousand new Marines being sent to the Middle East. There's talk of, are they going to be involved in some sort of action on Karg Island or to try to break the blockade, effectively what's a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Will they be doing that? We don't know. Thanks C. Thanks Just Mike, who says no military on the island now. I don't know. I have to look up and see. Again, it's not known as a military garrison, but I don't know what kind of forces they might have on the island. I have to look it up. Thank you, Just Mike. Thank you, Braden Kemp, who says he won't bomb. He won't bomb what he wants to take over. Thanks LARNCM, who thinks Iran must surrender now. The U.S. obviously has chartered every target in Iran's satellites. Thank you, Mark Barnes. Thank you, Braden Kemp again. Thank you, Samuel DeMarco. Samuel said he saw something on AI that 5,000 troops are stationed at Karg Island. I'll have to look it up and see what I can find. Thank you, Samuel. Thanks, Sagging Zebra. JP Official, thank you, who says he floated the idea 40 years ago. Thanks. I was just reading something about that. There's some interview where he talks about it decades ago. I'll have to try to find that and refresh my memory as well. Thanks, JP. Man for Some Markets, who says actual futures market reopened Sunday. Thank you. Mark Barnes, Unknown Musician. Thank you, Unknown Musician. Shaf, LARNCM, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. And also Lidwine Elizabeth, thank you. And thank you all for all the memberships, LARNCM, I appreciate that. Lidwine is in the Netherlands, thank you. Thanks, AI Phantom Files. I'm not going to go back and look at the camera right now, but thank you, AI Phantom Files. Also, Mediocritish, Brian Moreau, One Act CD. And shout out to Big Dog Gaming on Twitch, Pawn Mover on Twitch. Thank you, Pawn Mower, for all your support. All right. Let me just check. We're going to talk about Karg Island. We're going to talk about the report of the 5 U.S. refueling tankers damaged in an Iranian attack on a Saudi airbase. I just want to see if we have any updates. Oh, Faytux News mentioned that the New York Times had some extra reporting about this Karg Island thing. So, yes, the New York Times says that there were missile storage sites as well as sites that housed Iranian mines that were struck. Again, according to the New York Times, a military official said that all the military infrastructure on the island was targeted, and said missile storage sites as well as sites that housed Iranian mines were struck. Again, Iran exports 90% of its oil via Karg Island. Yes, 90% of its oil gets exported through Karg Island. Let's talk about Karg Island a little more for a second here. You can see, again, it's about 15 miles off the coast of Iran proper. It provides a seaport for the export of up to 90% of Iran's oil products. It's about, let's see here. Hold on, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to try to get you some more information here. So a little background from Encyclopedia Britannica on Karg Island. It serves as the terminal for nearly all of Iran's oil exports and has a loading capacity of about 7 million barrels per day. And then down here at the bottom it says, the island was virtually uninhabited for long periods after the mid-1700s. But with Iran's 20th century mineral prosperity, it became a crude oil terminal and loading facility in the 1960s. In the 1970s, supertankers docked there rather than at Abadan for bulk landing. By the mid-2020s, the terminal had the capacity to load 10 supertankers simultaneously. Sulfate fertilizers, liquid gas, and other petroleum products are shipped from the island. During the Iran-Iraq War, Iraqi forces targeted Karg Island several times, temporarily damaging its oil terminal. All right, I'll post a link to the Encyclopedia Britannica article in the chat if you want to check that out at Britannica.com. MGF, our viewer, says it's all about oil again. So does this mean that, so if Iran attacks one more ship in or near the, if Iran either attacks one more ship or lays one more mine in or near the Strait of Hormuz, does Trump basically now have to attack Karg Island, or does he look like he said in the post that he would reconsider his decision to not go after the oil infrastructure? Matthew Kohai says just one more. And says, I hope he does. Charlie Day says it's Karg Island time. One moment here. Kaleidoscope says he said he'd do it, so he's probably going to do it, like the threat to Iran early January. He follows through. I'm interested in seeing what some oil industry experts say about this threat. Hold on a moment here. One moment here. Where is this coming from? Oh, a U.S. official tells the Wall Street Journal that 13 American service members have died, which we know about. We already knew that. 10 have been seriously wounded and approximately 200 have been injured. And of the 200 injured, around 170 have returned to service. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. So far in the fighting, we know 13 American service members have died. We've heard that. If you add up the different incidents, counting the 6 on the refueling tanker who were killed yesterday. 10 have been seriously wounded, and approximately 200 total have been injured, and around 170 of those have returned to service. That is from the Wall Street Journal. Oh, what is this? Reuters says, Trump says U.S. struck military targets on Iran's Karg Island key oil export hub. The move came as oil prices have been whipsawing on Trump's changing comments on the likely duration of the war. The war has prompted Iran to attack vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, the passageway for a fifth of the world's oil. If you missed it, the Wall Street Journal reports that 5 U.S. Air Force refueling planes, 5 of them were hit in an Iranian strike at an air base in Saudi Arabia. They were hit during an Iranian missile strike at the air base in recent days. They were damaged but not fully destroyed and are being repaired, an official told the Wall Street Journal. Yes, I'm aware you can see tankers on Flight Radar 24. We've been seeing tankers every day, refueling tankers, take off from Tel Aviv and go towards Iran. In the past days, usually they disappear after takeoff, shortly after takeoff. I've noticed today that some of them seem to be staying on radar longer. But I don't know if that's because some change has been made given the accident involving 2 refueling tankers yesterday, whatever the nature of that accident was, in which one crashed and the other one was damaged. So I don't know that there's any more tankers today than there were before. Maybe there are, maybe there aren't. I also think it's possible you're just seeing more possibly at certain times on the map, but I don't know. I don't pay close enough attention to this to know exactly how many are average up there. But I know we've seen a bunch of them taking off and coming back at various times. Bobby Cole says no end in sight on this one. All right, give me a moment here. We're going to bring you more updates. Yeah, in terms of what Trump had said before about Karg Islands, years ago. Where is it? I had seen something about that. The viewers have mentioned that too. Excuse me. Oopsie. Where is it? Somebody will send it to me. I can't find. I saw it earlier. Saw some posts about this where he had talked about it years ago, I believe. Hang on. I'm checking. People are sending me messages too. A viewer sent me a post from Kim Hovick of Fatux Network, who says that Kim posted, I'll post the link in the chat. I cannot verify this. Kim has a satellite shot of Karg Island where Kim claims that there are various military targets like anti-aircraft batteries and stuff on the island. So I just posted the link in the chat for you if you want to look at that. Hey, thanks to Ryan Tarpley for mentioning that. Michelle Lauzon says Trump wants oil. Black Iris thinks it's possible that the bombing of Karg Island was in preparation for Marines and amphibious warships to make a full invasion assault in order to seize control of the island. We'll have to see. I mean, one article we read earlier today, I think it was earlier today, said a problem if the U.S. tries to take over Karg Island is that Iran could start firing things at Karg Island. It would be a target. I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. Hang on a moment here. Thanks, Andres Human, watching from Chile. All right. Sorry, so many things to catch up on here and look at. Oh, what is this? Yeah, there's an Matt Talmer mentioned to me that on Telegram there was posted an unconfirmed witness testimony from a Fatux News posted an unconfirmed witness testimony from the Telegram channel Mamlakati, where somebody claimed a Telegram channel posted a purported witness statement where the person in the statement claimed that they talked to somebody in their family, and somebody in their family said that they used bunker busters so much that that some place near Karg trembled. And someone said, my brother is in Karg. They have been hitting continuously for about 2 hours, and the sound of explosions does not stop. Maybe it's true. I don't know. I can't verify these. They're secondhand reports posted on a Telegram channel. So, again, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that there were strong explosions there. Again, I don't know, what, given that Trump said we did not damage the oil infrastructure, I would assume, and the main purpose of the island is to refine oil and ship oil. I would assume you would have to be pretty measured in how you attack the island. So I can't imagine the whole island was blowing up, because then you would have damaged the oil infrastructure. Here again is the island. Here it is on Google Maps. Where did this go? So there's so much oil infrastructure. I mean, how big I'm guessing they dropped some bombs, right? But at a certain point, you got to be really, if you really don't want to damage the oil infrastructure, you got to be very careful. I mean, look at there's tanks and tanks and tanks and tanks. I know there's refinery capability. There's a gas station over here. I assume you're not damaging any of the ports, because that's a main function of the island. So, there's a camp here. I don't know if that's a military camp or not. I don't know. But I'm showing you what's on the island. What's NGL? That's a construction company. There's a power plant up here. My guess is, I don't know that they'd blow up a power plant, because that probably wouldn't, that might damage the oil infrastructure. Don't know if they did anything to the airstrip here. What is this? That's a hotel there. Barack Demirok thinks the island is a trap. CNBC had an article about Karg Island today, okay? And they said that an attempt to attack or seize it would require a ground troop operation. Also would be likely to An attack would be likely to cause a sustained increase in oil prices. They talked to an expert in their article, CNBC, at Villanova University, who thought that if the objective was to win the war quickly, you destroy or capture the island. But to create maximum leverage over Tehran, however, that expert said that would involve a considerable number of moving. He estimated about 5,000 troops would be needed to take and hold the island. So is Trump planning on either to try to take over the island and prevent the regime from using it? Al Jazeera had an article a few days ago about Karg Island. They said it's shrouded in intense secrecy and guarded by the elite Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. So I don't know if any Revolutionary Guard forces were attacked in these airstrikes. It processes 90% of the total oil exports from Iran. It's about 5 miles by 2.5 miles. You know who the leading importer of Iranian oil is? China. Oh, this is interesting. Hold on a second here. Where is hold on. So I mentioned Qatar an hour or two ago. Qatar said it was evacuating certain parts of Qatar for security reasons. And AZ Intel said there was a Reuters report about this. Also, Al Jazeera reports that parts of Education City, home to major universities, and the Qatar National Library were cleared. I haven't seen the Reuters report. AZ Intel said that according to AZ Intel, I haven't seen the Reuters report. He says that Reuters said that they evacuated parts of Doha, including the Mishireb district, home to government offices and a Google office, as well as sections of Education City, which hosts branch campuses of 6 U.S. universities. So I don't think the government has released official details on what they're evacuating that I've seen, but I'll keep you updated on that. And why they were doing that now. Oh, Faytux News posted about this. Faytux News says Qatar authorities have evacuated parts of Doha's Mishireb district, which includes government offices and a Google office. Witnesses tell Reuters. I think it's the same as AZ Intel was saying, Reuters said. Parts of Doha's Education City were also evacuated. The area is home to branch campuses of 6 U.S. universities. I mean, I certainly think it's quite interesting that Qatar suddenly said they came out with this announcement at like 12:30 a.m. that they're evacuating parts of Qatar over some sort of temporary security risk. New Creation says they may try to take the island, but there's no guarantee they will succeed. I mean, I don't know that the Iranian military can really stop them from doing it if they really want to. There could be casualties or damage. Again, I also don't know about holding the island, if that could be problematic. If Iran could just start firing, drones at the island, if it's filled with U.S. troops, it's only about 15 miles off the coast. I don't know about that. I really wonder what would be happening to the oil price right now if Trump had announced this when the oil was trading. As we mentioned, the U.S. is moving several thousand Marines and numerous ships to the Mideast. You can see there, U.S. orders 2,500 Marines and an amphibious assault ship to the Mideast after almost 2 weeks of war, says AP. What are these Marines going to be doing? We don't know. Will it involve Karg Island? We don't know. I can put a little volume up on this. How is the volume on this? Still raining there. That's why I have the volume up. What is the volume on the other one like? There's a different shot I have. It's the same thing. The two shots I have of Beirut both have a bunch of rain sound on them. Yeah, I'm really interested in seeing. I'd love to see what some military and also oil industry experts think about these new developments. Also, what happens if another ship is attacked? A bunch of our viewers are saying they've played Battlefield at some point where there was like a Karg Island map where you could, the game had fighting on Karg Island. It is 3:39 Iran time. Oh, um, this is an unconfirmed report. Al Arabi? Where is this coming from? Al Arabi. Or is that Al Arabiya? Al Arabi TV network is Qatar. I saw an unconfirmed report from an account I follow online that posts a lot of Middle Eastern news. They claim that a Qatar TV headquarters was evacuated after Iran issued a warning to American employees at Microsoft's headquarters, which is located in the same building. Now, that's an unconfirmed report. Oh, well, I mean, Al Jazeera 2 days ago, Tasneem News in Iran, which is linked with the Revolutionary Guard, said that offices and infrastructure run by U.S. tech firms with Israeli links, including Google, Palantir, IBM, NVIDIA, and Oracle, are Iran's new targets. They are located in Israeli cities as well as some Gulf countries. That was a report from a couple days ago from Al Jazeera. But the Revolutionary Guard runs the Tasneem news agency, and Tasneem released a list of offices and infrastructure run by top U.S. companies with Israeli links whose technology has been used for military applications, describing them as Iran's new targets. And the companies include Google, Microsoft, Palantir, IBM, NVIDIA, and Oracle. And the listed officers and infrastructure were located in multiple Israeli cities as well as some Gulf countries. So maybe that's why Qatar did this evacuation. I don't know if I can go back and find that announcement. It's possible maybe I can find it. I'd have to go back though. I don't know. I'd have to go back too far, I think. Oh, this might be it. I think I see it here. It's awesome. No, I'm not going to worry about it right now. Also, Axios has a report, which Faytux News just mentioned. Axios is reporting that Israel is planning a massive ground invasion of Lebanon. Israel is aiming to seize the entire area of Lebanon south of the Litani River and dismantle Hezbollah's military infrastructure. This could be the largest Israeli ground invasion of Lebanon since 2006, says Axios. This could involve a prolonged Israeli occupation of southern Lebanon. This comes after Hezbollah started launching rockets at Israel during this conflict, I think around a week or two ago. Let me show you where the Litani River is. So that's also going on. Here's Lebanon and the Litani River. What's about 12 miles? How many? Like 18 miles north of the border? I have to look it up. Litani River. Where is it? See, it says Litani River. I have to go find a map. It's going to be hard to look up on this. Hold on. I'll find one for you. Yes, so here's a map right here. Litani River, Wikipedia. You can see the river. It's like here. See that right there? So the idea is, according to Axios, they're saying that Israel is planning on conducting a ground operation where they occupy all of Lebanon south of the Litani River. That's new from Axios tonight. Israel planning massive ground invasion of Lebanon, officials say. It could be the largest Israeli ground invasion of Lebanon since 2006. An Israeli official said basically that this got determined after Hezbollah launched more than 200 rockets in a coordinated attack with Iran on Wednesday against Israel. The Litani River is about 18 miles north of the Israeli border. Okay, 18 miles. So that would mean that Israel would go into Lebanon 18 miles in and seize the southern 18 miles of Lebanon. Theresen thinks if they go in, they'll likely never leave. Wall Street says this would be like the 5th or 6th ground invasion. I mean, Israel sent forces on the ground into Lebanon in 2024. I don't think they took over everything south of the Litani River then. I don't think. Well, I know that because again, this according to Axios, this would be the biggest invasion since 2006. There's a lot going on, guys. A lot is happening. I want to take some comments from you guys. I do need to take about 2 minutes here. So we're going to take more from you. I owe some thanks to people too. Hold on a second here. Thank you to Nick 1000F. A report of chemical spills in U.S. airports today? No, there was several Washington, D.C. area airports temporarily shut down because at a air traffic control facility, there was some sort of chemical smell reported. But planes have started taking off from those airports again. So I'll have to look and see if there's any update about that. It wasn't at the airports, the chemical smell. Thanks, Nick 1000. I appreciate that. I haven't heard that anything was actually found causing this chemical smell. I'll have to look and see if there's an update. You know what? Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to come right back and we're going to continue. Does this say 2 minutes or 1 minute? 2 minutes. Perfect. Give me 2 minutes. We're coming right back and we'll bring you more updates here. We need sound. We need sound. Where's the sound? I need sound on the video. Why can't I get sound? Let's see. Oh, I know why. Or do I know why? Let's see. Here? Why is there no sound on this video? Is there a sound on this video? Why is there not sound on this one? Oh, something's wrong. All right, hold on. There we go. There's sound. All right, one moment. Thank you for your patience. Okay. It's raining there. We got to turn the volume off. Hey, a couple thank yous. I owe a couple people thank yous. The Freak Show. I already ate. I ate like an hour ago. Thanks, The Freak Show. And Roday from Turkey. Roday 1 or Roday. Trent 5888, thank you. Bilbo Saggins, thank you. You're saying there's reports of fighting in Lebanon. I'll have to look up. There has been periodic fighting in Lebanon between Hezbollah and IDF. I'll have to check Bilbo Sag and see what I see. Thank you, Kyle HD. Thank you so much, Kyle HD7. Thanks, Matthew Perry. Matthew Perry says, Karg is the key to reopening the strait. It's a key strategic point. Thank you, Mike O. Thank you, Mike. Also, Brett Brewster. Mike doesn't think there are any military targets on Karg Island. Thank you, D.E. Seipel Donna. Thanks, Luis Fernandez. Luis, the entire time we've been on the air, I think there was maybe 1 or 2 missile alerts. And they were not, I don't know if there was like maybe 1 or 2 missiles in that wave. So we haven't seen many launches towards Israel lately. I can't speak to whether we've heard about some alerts in other countries, so they might have launched missiles at other countries, but I don't know. But we haven't had many missile alerts during this stream. Thank you, Dodger Blue to You, who says totally obliterated. I've heard this before. Thank you also, No Not November, who says dark times ahead. Thank you, No Not November from Denmark. And Israel Bishop. And IC Pass. And Red Squirrel. Oh, right now, just as I was speaking, some alerts popped up. These are rocket alerts. These are rocket alerts. Are they northern Israel? Yes. These are not from Iran. These would be rockets. These would probably be Hezbollah rockets coming from Lebanon. If you watch Intel cams, you might see interceptors go up on Intel cams in northern Israel. Albert says, same as Iran, it's their proxy. They are supported by Iran. Hold on, is there also, am I missing something? Is there also a pre-alert for missiles? Oh yeah, there is a pre-alert for missiles. I'm sorry. So that's happening too. So where are the missile warnings going to be? I missed that. The missile warnings are going to be in the north. Like Haifa area, it looks like. Or wait, is it just the north? Yeah, I think it's mostly north. I'm looking at a couple of maps right here from N12. So we're going to be seeing some missile alerts soon. in the north here. Unless, was that it? Were we just looking at it? Were we just looking at it, or were we just? I thought we were looking at rockets. I don't know that we've seen the missile alerts yet. I thought maybe we were seeing rockets from. Yeah, we didn't see that. We were seeing rockets on the. Didn't we see rockets in the northern border? I don't know. I don't know if we just saw the missile alerts or rocket alerts before the missile alerts. So, because I was assuming those came from Hezbollah, but I might have been wrong. New alerts? Oh no, there's that. See, that looks like rockets from Hezbollah right there. These are not more early warnings. Let me check. These are not those are for rockets. So you might see some stuff on Intel cams. Let's see. I am seeing. Yes, there's a pre-alert. There is a pre-alert for Baca and Sharon. Is that Jerusalem? I don't know. I might have that wrong. I'm confused. Let me see. I'm looking right here. It says Sharon and Baca, east and west. North of Tel Aviv. Yes, north of Tel Aviv and east, as one of our viewers was saying. I do have a Tel Aviv camera here. There is Tel Aviv camera. I don't know if it's going to get us anything, but we do have the Tel Aviv camera. Do I have a Jerusalem one here or not? Not there. You know what? I'm going to get the Jerusalem one up in case it's helpful. Let's see here. Yes, I have Jerusalem cam too. There is Jerusalem right there. All right, new alerts right now. New alerts. Where is this? It's north of Jerusalem. This is north of Tel Aviv. This is all in the north. This might be missile alerts. It's in the north. See, Tel Aviv is here. Jerusalem is down here. So this is south of Haifa, but across here. So I don't think we're going to hear anything on these cams that I have, but we have new alerts. You get a lot of alerts when it's a missile because it's not clear where the missile will go. That doesn't mean there's lots of missiles. Thank you to LT Dark Ghost. Thank you. Also from Turkey, MHSN33Z, who thinks the U.S. and Israel are terrorists. Thanks for watching from Turkey. Thanks, The Freak Show, for the memberships. I really appreciate that. Also, Joseph Calabro, thank you. One of our viewers, Alfredo Gonzalez, says military said targeting the island was a last resort. Does this signal the war is not going as planned? Has anyone seen anything on intel cams in northern Israel? One of our viewers, Splifferton, says, I think it was, war never goes as planned. Is that what they said? It flew by. Cat Tackling says, this war is quite spread out over a lot of area. One of the viewers said, how could it go as planned when it was not planned at all? Zero Tolerance said they hadn't seen anything on intel cams yet. Katana says no one wins in a war. Blackfooted says quiet on intel cam. All right, the alerts are gone. Alerts are gone now. Oh, hold on. I had the wrong thing up. I was trying to watch AFP. I was peeking at intel cams. Why don't we look at, let's go back to, we don't need this. Where is that up? Do this. Let's see, where's Tel Aviv? Oh, so this is now Beirut and Tel Aviv. I'm just checking up on a couple things here. Give me a moment, please. Get a little volume there. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I haven't heard yet of any impacts from the latest missile wave. Then I just saw this report. What is this report? There's a report from CBS News. Our viewer Eve6 mentioned this to me. CBS News says that a man who had been helping to provide security for Jasmine Crockett was killed after a standoff with police, Dallas police. He was wanted for impersonating a law enforcement officer. And he claimed to be one while operating a company that got off-duty work for officers. I'll post the link to that story in the chat. It's the first time hearing the story. I'll post a link if you want to read more about it. I'm not going to really get into it right now. She lost her primary recently. Blues Wasted says, Iran will lose. We are stronger than they ever will be. Is there any way, I'm not aware of this, I don't, because remember, Trump announced that the U.S. had bombed military targets on Karg Island after the oil trading closed for the weekend. So I'm not aware that there's like an after hours market, or maybe there is, but like nobody I follow is talking about that. And I haven't seen it anywhere online. So I don't know if there's a way to get a sense of what oil might be trading at. But the official market is not open. I would think if there was an easy way, I'd be seeing people post about it. Backflip says they stopped oil future trading. Sunday at 6, says Trevor. Yeah, Sunday, was it Sunday at 6 or Sunday at 5? But Sunday is when the trading resumes. I just didn't know if, there's... Richard Province says no after-hours market for oil. Cheech, one of our viewers said oil futures are closed until Sunday at 6. Let's see here. Oh, one of our viewers said IG has weekend oil prices. AI said some retail brokers offer a specific weekend oil instrument. But the AI article says it can be unreliable. So IG.com has something called, well, wait, it says weekend oil, but it doesn't seem to be caught up. It's WTI crude, but it seems like it stopped at about 5 p.m. I'm looking at the site. There are weekend crypto futures on oil, says Harold. Man for some markets thinks those IG instruments are as useless as the weekend Dow. Hey, thanks, man, for some markets for your support. Thank you, ChexQuest. ChessQuest says Gulf War was considered a huge victory with parades in the U.S. afterwards. It lasted 43 days with 300 plus killed in action. Good perspective when comparing to this. Thanks, MHSN from Turkey, who thinks Israel will cease to exist in 2027. Thanks, Michael Hutchinson, who says sounds like a resource war. Donna Simmons, our viewer from the UK, thinks China will go crazy if Trump bombs Karg. She says also it would leak all over. Not good for any country nearby. But again, Trump said he had the U.S. military bomb military targets on Karg Island, which is known for refining and being a place of shipping for most of the oil that leaves Iran. I don't know exactly what was struck on the island. The ground stop is over. Hey guys, look, Update from Secretary Duffy. The ground stop at DC area airports is over. Firefighters confirm there is no danger to air traffic controllers, and they are returning to the Potomac TRACON. The source of strong odor was traced to a circuit board that overheated, and the circuit board was replaced. Thank you for your patience as we get flights up and running again. Truthway says the airports are a mess. Let's see here. For those of you who didn't see it, be aware this is what President Trump posted about Karg Island. Oh, hey guys, President Trump posted something else about Iran as well. I didn't see this one. He said Iran had plans of taking over the entire Middle East and completely obliterating Israel. Just like Iran itself, those plans are now dead. President Trump. Here is this other post. Again, Karg Island, an island which 90% of the oil exports of Iran go through Karg Island. It has deep enough water so that tankers can go there and pick up oil that can't go to the regular coastline. Again, moments ago at my direction, this was about, an hour ago? 2 hours ago. Moments ago at my direction, the U.S. Central Command executed, he says, one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. Again, Karg Island is about 2.5 miles by 5 miles. It's got a lot of things like oil tanks on it and ports and oil facilities. He said, our weapons are the most powerful and sophisticated that the world has ever known, but for reasons of decency, I have chosen not to wipe out the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything, I guess anything more, to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision. During my first term, and currently, I rebuilt our military until the most lethal, powerful, and effective force by far anywhere in the world. Iran has no ability to defend anything that we want to attack, and there is nothing they can do about it. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, nor will it have the ability to threaten the United States of America, the Middle East, or for that matter, the world. Iran's military and all others involved with this terrorist regime would be wise to lay down their arms and save what's left of their country, which isn't much. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Shinbone says winning. Are we setting up a base on the island? No ground troops on the island yet. Will there be? I don't know. Remember also the new ground troops that are being sent to the Middle East? It's supposed to take them over a week to get there. Oh, let me show you an update, a little update from Reuters about the Karg Island story. This is interesting. I'm going to read you something from this. Trump says U.S. struck military targets on Iran's Karg Island oil hub. So they say Karg is about 16 miles from the coast, about 300 miles from Strait of Hormuz. Multiple very large crude oil tankers were loading at Karg Island on Wednesday, according to satellite imagery. Markets will watch closely for any sign that the U.S. strikes damaged the island's intricate network of pipelines, terminals, and oil storage tanks. Even minor disruptions could further tighten global supply, adding pressure to an already volatile market. Bob McNally, president of Rapidan Energy Group, said Trump's comments today will focus the market's mind on pathways that this energy disruption, already history's largest, could expand and last longer. Some industry observers expressed doubts that Karg's oil facilities would stay intact. Josh Young, chief investment officer at Bison Interests, said, bombing Karg Island, but not the oil infrastructure, is like going to McDonald's and getting a hamburger with no meat. What's the point? Wow. That's from the Reuters article. One of the viewers said to occupy it is the point. Oh, I guess there was a rocket or missile that hit or debris that hit in Upper Galilee, according to N12 News in Israel. Shrapnel, I'm seeing reported. Kathy says, I sure hope the Iranian people choose freedom after all this. It's up to them, not Trump. The IDF says Home Front Command search and rescue teams, together with emergency teams, are currently operating at an impact site in northern Israel. So there was some sort of, again, rocket impact, missile impact, shrapnel impact in northern Israel. Thank you to Hotfix. Hotfix says $5 equals 2.16 gallons of light sweet crude oil. Thank you so much, Hotfix92. I really appreciate it. Also, Vigilant Patriot. Thank you. Thanks to Man for Some Markets, who says a dirty proxy might be weakened power meter rates, but that's a stretch even by my madness. I understand. Yeah, so we don't truly know what would have happened with oil prices if the oil market was open when Trump had came out with that announcement. Thanks also, let's see here. Again, IDF says that they have rescue and recovery forces out. There was a report of a missile fall in the north of the country. And I'm trying to find out more information about that. I've seen a picture here, but it doesn't tell you much. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a quick break, short break, just for a few minutes. Then we'll come back and do more coverage. We've been busy here. All right, this is live. I'm going to put the audio on. I'll just do that quickly. I'm not making a big meal or anything, just a quick break. By the way, shout out to, where'd it go here? Where is it? Shout out to Pond Mower in Loanado over there on Twitch. Thank you. All right, let me just take a quick break. Coming right back. And I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Hey, that sound isn't me. That sound is the camera. I don't know if it's the camera person or if it's like, maybe it's just like the wind blowing or something. I don't know, but it's not me. That's just the camera. Watch. I'll turn off the sound on the camera. See, no more sound. I'm not doing anything different. It's the camera. Now I'll turn it on again. Oh, look, it's back. Was not me. Oopsie. It's been raining there. Hey, shout out to our moderators. Thank you so much to them. Ruth is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. 13 Alamo, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dot, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev are Facebook moderators. Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thank you, Haroon AQ from South Africa. Thanks, Haroon. And also, shout out to our Twitch subscribers, people like My Mind Spray, Hot Richard, Wall Street Shaggy, Annie Cush, Graybeard Games. Turn that down a bit. I think I saw some, was there at some point some anti-aircraft fire it looked like or something going up? Tracer fire? I thought I saw. Oh, I'll put the Tel Aviv shot back on. Cesseron, thanks for being a subscriber on Twitch. Trump's Pool Guy. Thanks, Loanado, for your support. And Bill Huang. Seed Music, thanks for subscribing. Andy in Austin. And just a little anti-aircraft fire or what it was. Yeah, some people are saying a little. Also, thanks to our YouTube members. People like Aaron, B. Rhea Beard, Amy Celeste, Zeppelin, Mick, Femc, Rocket Bombs, Bunny Girl, Mick B52, Haley Spence, Evelyn in Maine, R Rules, New Creation, Allie B from Tennessee, Carl Wallace, B Dart, Warren Tinsley, and LGS, all of our members. Thank you. Paula Faust, Evelyn in Maine. See what's going on here. It's raining there. It's not good weather. The Tel Aviv cam is showing like it's raining there too, I think. Looks like it's wet on the Tel Aviv cam. Hey, what is this? Hold on. Give me a moment here. Reports of explosions heard in Baghdad. I've seen a couple reports claiming Baghdad explosions. I don't know if maybe that's some missiles were fired and they're getting shot down, but I've just seen online in the last couple minutes a couple of unconfirmed reports claiming explosions heard in Baghdad. I don't know what that's about. So let's keep an eye on that. Fars News. Now these are not all Iranian state media reports, but Iranian state media says several loud explosions were heard in Baghdad. Explosion heard in Baghdad, according to Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera says explosion heard in Baghdad, east of the capital. What's going on with that? Trying to get more detail here. A number of reports of this. I just saw another report. A reporter who specialized in the Middle East, Mustafa Sadoun, says residents of the Rasafah side of Baghdad are talking about sounds of strong explosions. Oh, do we have a new statement from the Iranian military? Maybe in response to Trump? Oh, hey guys, I think I have a response to Trump issued from, is this the military? Yes, Iranian armed forces, guys. I have a statement from the Iranian armed forces in response to Trump saying that he had ordered the bombing of military targets on Karg Island and threatening to attack the oil infrastructure on Karg Island. So, warning to the aggressive and defeated American regime. In response to the statements of the aggressive and terrorist president of the United States, we announce that in the event of an attack on the oil, economic and energy in the event of an attack on the oil, economic and energy infrastructure of the Islamic Republic of Iran, as we had previously warned, all oil, economic and energy infrastructures belonging to oil companies throughout the region that have American shares or cooperate with the U.S. will immediately be destroyed and turned into a pile of ashes. That is their response. Iranian armed forces statement in response to Trump's threat to attack oil infrastructure on Karg Island, published by Iranian state media. Again, they say that if, I'm going to read this again. Remember, President Trump had said that if Iran does anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider my decision to not wipe out the oil infrastructure on Karg Island. This is from, hold on one more second here. So let me again mention this is the statement that was released, published in Iranian state media, which I just saw myself right here, and it's from the Iranian Armed Forces, and it says, in response to the statements of the aggressive and terrorist president of the United States, we announce that in the event of an attack on the oil, economic, and energy infrastructure of the Islamic Republic of Iran, as we had previously warned, all oil, economic, and energy infrastructures belonging to oil companies throughout the region that have American shares or cooperate with the United States will immediately be destroyed and turned into a pile of ashes. This is a statement from the Iranian Armed Forces. Reg Kazimko says a war that will last. Laura says they're arguing over who destroys the oil infrastructure first. Got it. One moment here. Joshua, Texas says, I didn't have Karg Island on my bingo card for 2026. Oh, Al Mayadeen reports explosions heard coinciding with heavy U.S. air activity over Baghdad. Intense U.S. aircraft activity over Baghdad, says Al Mayadeen. What is the U.S. hitting? Is the U.S. striking maybe? Are there Iranian militia, pro-Iranian militia targets there? I don't know. Mehr News Agency Iran says, news sources report an explosion was heard in eastern Baghdad. The nature and the source of the explosion are unknown. Hearing a lot of these reports about Baghdad, don't know what to make of it. Al Arabiya reports echoes of explosions in Baghdad. There it is, our viewer says, Karg Island, big mistake. Oh, Now, this account I follow, Tammuz Intel, it's claiming that this was some sort of assassination attempt. So, hearing about possible airstrikes in Baghdad, maybe targeted strikes on a person, maybe by the U.S., I don't know. But that is being reported now. We're hearing some birds. On the left is the airport. You're looking at on the left in Beirut is the Beirut airport by the water. By the way, today in an interview with Fox News, President Trump said the war would end when I feel it in my bones, he said. He was more measured about whether the Iranians could topple the Iranian government, the Islamic government. He told Fox News today, so I really think that's a big hurdle to climb for people that don't have weapons, he said, citing Iran's paramilitary Basij force, which has played a central role in crushing recent nationwide protests. BMX Kane thinks regime change is not happening. Is it more than likely? More than likely. Reuters reports that Meta, this is unrelated, Reuters says Meta is planning sweeping layoffs that could affect 20% or more of the company as Meta seeks to offset costly artificial intelligence infrastructure bets and prepare for greater efficiency brought about by AI-assisted workers. That's from Reuters. I'm going to post that. I know that wasn't related to this, but I wanted to mention it anyway. The Wall Street Journal has a new story tonight, which you can read at the Wall Street Journal. But it says that Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Kane told President Trump that an American attack could cause Iran to close the Strait of Hormuz. Trump told his team that Tehran would likely capitulate, before closing the strait, and even if Iran tried, the U.S. military could handle it. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. They also say that the Pentagon's concerned that if American warships try to escort ships through the strait, they could be targeted. That's a concern I've seen expressed elsewhere as well. Also, the Wall Street Journal is reporting tonight that President Trump has no plans to immediately end the war, and U.S. military officials said the conflict would likely last a few more weeks at least. Pancakes and Bacon says, what happened to 2 weeks? He was also saying early on 5 weeks. We're now getting into week 3. We're just about at week 3. In a few hours, it'll be week 3. Hey, is this Carg Island? Hey, what did President Trump just post, guys? President Trump posted a video 18 minutes ago. What is this? Sorry, I didn't see it. One of our viewers mentioned it. So he just posted a video with no caption. Is this supposed to be Carg Island? It just says unclassified. What are we looking at? Does anyone know? Is this Carg Island? Oh, look. Yes, hold on. Hold on. Is that right there? Is that the airfield? Is that the airfield? I bet we can tell. Does it look like this? It does, doesn't it, right? Yes, it looks just like it. Am I wrong? No? I don't know. Yes, it has these. That's Karg Island. President Trump posted a video from Karg Island. All right, hold on a moment. We're going to have to watch this. President Trump has posted a video from Karg Island. Did the Defense Department post it? Hold on. President Trump posted video, apparent video of today's U.S. military strikes on Karg Island on his Truth Social with no caption below it. I'm going to play it for you right now. If it works here. All right, so this does appear to be Karg Island. It looks just like it on. It looks like the airfield, and you see these things here. So this appears to be, and you can see he posted it 21 minutes ago, and there's no comment on it. Let's watch this again. I'm going to make it bigger here. It's about a minute long. Thanks to the viewer for letting me know he had posted. I didn't even know he had posted. So that's right next to the runway, but it's not the runway. See the runway there? Oh, he hit the runway. He hit the runway. They hit the runway. Breaking news. They hit the runway. They hit the runway. Wow. President Trump posted this video. What did they hit? Said one of the viewers. All right, so that was the video. That's the video he posted with no comment. He didn't even say what it was, but it's clearly Karg Island to me because look, you can just see. There is Karg Island here, and there's the airport with the runway here. Oops, you can't see it. Why can't you see this now? Oh, I know why you can't see it. Hold on. Yeah, so there's the runway, and then see how you see these things here? These things with the, I don't even know what you call this shape. A Y shape. These Y-shaped buildings, you can see these in the video at the start. Right there. See, there are the two Y-shaped buildings, and there's the runway. So this, I mean, I don't see what else it would be. Wow. Wow. So we're going to show that again in a second. There is some sort of rocket alert going on. Where is the alert? Hold on. Now I'm lost. I have too many things open on my desktop. That's the problem. I have way too much open on my desktop. Let's... I think there might have been a rocket alert in northern Israel a moment ago, but it's not there anymore. Let's watch this video again that President Trump posted of Karg Island. Hey, a quick thank you to Steve Sutton. Thank you. Billy B. Eris Kalar. Slinky Tax. Haley Spence. Slayer Man. Thank you. Sobek. Haroon Aq. Thank you for your support. One moment. Thanks, Loenado. All right, here again, let's watch President Trump's video that he posted video of the strikes on Karg Island. Here it is. Looks like they hit the runway. I don't know what these targets are. Couple of buildings by the runway and then the runway itself. By the way, I'm assuming that can be fixed. Like they would just, I don't know how easy it is, but they would pave it over, I would assume. I don't know how long it takes. I don't know what this is destroying there. Maybe there's something underground. Was that a road? Did they bomb a road? I can't even see. Now remember, President Trump described this as, he said this was one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East. That is what President Trump said. He said this was one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East. Some of our viewers are claiming it's AI. Oh, School Blah says maybe it was radar. Somebody says bunker bombs. I don't know, maybe it would take, I don't know how many, I don't know if that the runway would take days or weeks. Yes, Trump said that the strikes totally obliterated every military target on the island. But he said he chose not to wipe out the oil infrastructure out of decency. Remember, 90% of oil exports in Iran go through that island. The buildings next to the airport, here, look. We saw a couple buildings next to the runway hit. Something here. I guess maybe a couple of these buildings were destroyed or something. I don't remember which one it was. There are some buildings there. The traffic control tower is next to the building? I don't know. there? I'm not sure. Radar? Also, where were those other places? So I guess the other places that were bombed are probably in here somewhere. There's a gas power plant in here. I don't know that that was bombed. But, I mean, it's only the island is not that big. So those open areas have to be in the middle here somewhere. Because they're not down here. Air defense sites, says one of our viewers. Hang on a moment here. Governor Mike DeWine of Ohio posted, and he said, I have been advised by Ohio's Adjutant General that 3 of the 6 service members killed during the air refueling mission in Iraq were Ohioans deployed with the Ohio National Guard's 121st Refueling Wing. Fran and I are deeply saddened by this news and offer our sincere condolences to their families. They haven't been identified yet. I think, if I remember right, the Central Command said they were waiting family notification. We had mentioned an explosion in Baghdad, or explosions. Mustafa Salim of Washington Post said, another attack has been reported in Baladiat area, which is known to have a significant presence of armed factions in eastern Baghdad. Sources indicate the operation appears to be another assassination attempt with a drone targeting a car. Stuck in Ohio says they were identified in Ohio news outlets. I hadn't seen that. Al Arabiya says AFP says 1 killed in targeting of a car in the Rusafa area of Baghdad. The Economist has a new article where they say that Gulf states are burning through interceptors. They say that hold on a second here. They say if our analysis is correct, some countries' stocks of interceptors may be running low. They don't have exact numbers, though. Something to keep in mind. Andrew Morris believes Iran's missiles are very low as well. They also had an article talking in The Economist called "Can America Clear the Strait of Hormuz of Iran's Drones and Mines?" They say escorting convoys of oil tankers with warships may give Iran juicy American targets. They also say shipping sources say the Navy so far has declined repeated requests for protection. An expert that they talked to, The Economist, said that American forces have not yet reduced Iran's capabilities to the point at which escorts can deal with the remaining threats. Another expert said you would have to tackle the missiles first, the missiles and the drones and the fast boats that Iran has before you would go after the mines. Minesweepers are poorly protected and would struggle to operate under fire. America's technological advantages are blunted in confined waters, like the Strait of Hormuz, says The Economist. Drones and missiles reach their targets more quickly, for instance. Moreover, warships are in some ways more vulnerable to damage than larger tankers, which have double hulls. I've seen some experts say that you would need multiple experts have said you would need to take the land over on the coast of Iran to really make it safe for ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz again. You'd have to control the Iranian coast. Because if you don't, it would be Iran could target the ships. Remember, here is the strait and here is the Iranian coast, including Qashem Island. I saw some speculation today that maybe the U.S. would try to have forces take Qashem Island. Micro Room thinks this will take years like the Ukraine war. That's what Micro Room says. Delete Omatic says, I also think it takes years. Truthway says, this excursion is going to take longer than I thought. Sandy Doggo says, Americas in fantasy land think they can magically take what they want. Good luck. I do wonder, though. I mean, we've talked about this, but with all the munitions that have been used and the missiles that have been fired and the interceptors that have been used, could we see as days go on, lesser of those lesser airstrikes and lesser missiles fired and drones fired, just because of the supply limits? I don't know. Nori thinks China will take Taiwan and the USA won't be able to help. Oh, I can't show it. I don't own the rights to it. Our viewer Joe M said, "Did we cover Scott Bessent absolutely shaken after being pulled from the interview?" Wasn't that a clip from yesterday where he was doing an interview? Then he was told he had to go see, I think, President Trump. Then he came back like an hour and a half later or something. And some people online said he looked all shaken up. I don't know how different he looked than how he normally is. I would have to go back and watch a lot of his videos. So there's this theory online that he was really shaken up after it. Liam Mooney thinks he was being his usual odd self. Turned off said maybe Trump said something super funny. Hey, thanks to Sean Harmon. Sean says, if you bomb a runway with no planes visible, you're keeping someone there, not keeping someone out. Thank you, Sean Harmon. Thanks also Weasel Man and Steve Sutton in Driving Sue and Cyrus the Virus. Steve Sutton says, Iran is almost dead. Thank you, Steve Sutton. Billy B35, thank you. I think I thanked Slinky Tax. Darren Lee says Iran will just keep the Strait of Hormuz closed until petrodollar collapses. I mean, the threat, pretty much Trump's threat tonight was, if you keep the strait closed, I'm going to destroy the oil capacity at Karg Island, where 90% of the oil leaves from. I mean, that's the implied threat here in what President Trump said. So either they let ships go the Strait of Hormuz, or they're not doing what President Trump wants them to do. Let's see what happens, says Jesse James. Yeah, I mean, are ships going to try to go through now after this? Will we see another ship get attacked? If you, Florida says Karg even has a hotel. If you see another ship get attacked, then keep this in mind. Douthis says if Trump does that, it's going to destroy the oil market for decades. This could have an impact when the markets open on Sunday, when the oil markets open again. This whole thing. Corporate billionaire says $200 per barrel incoming. Here's the car. Now, I don't know that everything shows up. This is from marinetraffic.com, a ship tracking and marine analytics provider. Marine traffic. That is the Strait of Hormuz. Not much there. That ship's going through. That ship maybe is going through 9 knots. Oh, that's an Indian sailing vessel, it says. Anyways, supposedly Iran has been letting ships go through that are carrying Iranian oil. This is interesting. Are all these ships going somewhere, or are they just pointed this way? 9 knots, 9 knots, 10 knots. Are they leaving the strait? Let's see. Can we actually get the past track? Well, that's kind of confusing. I don't know what happened with that. I want to get rid of this thing here. You see how all of those ships are pointed down and they're going south? They're not just stopped. I don't know. One of our viewers says spoofed data. It's jamming. Really? Is marine traffic GFS spoofing? I mean, there's this whole line here. Is this some kind? I mean, see that there? Maybe there's a reason they would line up like this. Has it been like this the whole time? I don't remember seeing it like this, but who knows? Wait, when people say yes, what do you mean yes? Spoofing? When you say spoofing, you're saying they're spoofing to mess with who is doing it? Iran? Sometimes a country will mess with the GPS signals. Well, to prevent itself from getting attacked. Or I guess the boats could mess with GPS. I don't know if that's happening. I don't know. I don't know if that's going on. Would it do that? Would it just show these ships lined up like this? I was wondering if they're just lined up like that because they have nowhere to go and this maybe that's like the safe way they line up or something. But I haven't been checking this every day. Every few days I might check, but I don't remember it looking like this. This is beyond my purview though, so I don't know. I have a question. I wonder if I ask AI, what will it say? If I ask AI, is it going to give me some sort of interesting answer? Hold on, let's see. I don't know. Or we'll just make up something. I'll try it. Why are the ships lined up in lines like this? Strait of Hormuz. I'm giving the AI a screenshot. Now, for whatever it's worth, this is what Gemini AI says. I don't know if this is correct. It says those perfect lines of ships are an illusion, a phenomenon known as GPS spoofing or electronic fog of war. Reports from this week indicate that intense GPS jamming and spoofing have been detected off the coast of the UAE. Instead of showing a ship's true position, the interference forces AIS transponders to report false coordinates. These often snap to a single spoofed line or geometric pattern. In reality, most of these ships are likely anchored or drifting in safer waters outside the strait, waiting for the security situation to improve. That's what it says. I said, well, who is spoofing and why, if that's true? I don't know. AI said the most likely source is UAE and regional allies. They are trying to create a defensive force field against Iranian missiles and cheap one-way attack drones because many of those weapons rely on GPS to find their targets. But commercial ships caught in this splash zone have their navigation systems hijacked. The Revolutionary Guard is using spoofing as a tool of gray zone aggression to force commercial tankers into Iranian territorial waters or to mask their own shadow fleet movements. Oh, Iran has been accused of luring ships into Iranian waters by spoofing their GPS coordinates, making a captain believe they're in international waters when they've actually drifted into Iranian territory, giving Iran a legal pretext to seize the vessel. Also, some of the weird data is coming from ships themselves to avoid being targeted by Iranian missiles or drones, supposedly. Anyways, so for what it's worth, Gemini AI thinks the ships are not actually lined up like that, and that is a result of GPS spoofing. I don't know. But it's interesting to consider. Gem AI says everyone spoofing each other. Supposedly, Iranian state media says 15 explosions were heard on Iran's Karg Island during U.S. attacks. Oh, there's some sort of report in state media about the Karg Island attack. Where is it here? If I could find it. Oh, I have a report from Iranian state media, supposedly about the Karg Island attack. Hey, look at this. Hold on. It says, an hour ago, Karg Island was targeted by enemy airstrikes. Field sources informed the Fars correspondent more than 15 explosions were heard on the island. During these attacks, the enemy attempted to damage the Army's defenses, the Goshen Naval Base, the airport control tower, and the Continental Shelf helicopter hangar. Field observations also indicate thick smoke rising from the island. These sources announced that none of the oil infrastructure was damaged in these attacks. Iran had warned about the consequences of attacking the country's energy infrastructure, saying that in this case, all the oil and gas infrastructure in the region in which the U.S. and its allies have an interest would be set on fire and destroyed. After these attacks, Trump claimed the U.S. had targeted all military targets on Karg Island. The enemies had previously announced the complete destruction of the island's defense systems, but the reactivation of the defenses on the island an hour after that round of attacks on Karg invalidated their claim. They say they still have defenses active on the island. Trump also repeatedly claimed to completely destroy Iran's missile capabilities, but the wave of missile and drone attacks have reached their 48th round. That is from state media. Thank you, Mama Cat, who says there's a Strait of Hormuz website. Thanks, Mama Cat, by the way. Thanks, Pac Tessem, who says GPS spoofing by satellite allies are doing this. Thanks, Lewis R. Oh, Marine Traffic posted a tweet days ago. I'll check. Thank you, Lewis R. I appreciate that. Jasper Axelrad as well. Thanks, Jasper. Also, Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda, yeah, I actually posted that news item before. The New York Times reported that a U.S.-made launcher fired missiles from Bahrain toward Iran, It's unclear if the U.S. or Bahrain launched the missiles. It appears to be the first confirmed instance of an attack on Iran originating from a Persian Gulf country since the war began. That's from the New York Times today. I posted a link to that in the chat and on my X account, which you can see there. It's a New York Times article. Most of the Gulf countries have denied that and have publicly ruled out allowing their land or airspace to be used for military operations against Iran, even though most of them host U.S. military bases. That is in part because their governments fear being dragged further into a war that has already thrown the region into chaos. The government of Bahrain said in a statement they have not participated in any offensive operations. Thank you, Crazy Yoda. Again, you can see that report on my X account. Also, read the freaking comics, who says not securing the strait before starting this mess will go down as the dumbest decision by a president during wartime ever. # winning. Thanks, BBG. Thank you also, Sean Harmon and Weaselman. Hang on. Oh, there you go. Good spot by Lewis. So this is a few days ago. Marine traffic. See the line of ships like moving in a straight line, right? They said a new satellite navigation interference pattern was detected off the coast of Ras Al Khaimah a few days ago. Unlike this interference creates the appearance of vessels moving in a straight line toward the Strait of Hormuz, even though the vessels are not actually following that trajectory. This movement is artificial. Vessel tracks show clear inconsistencies when compared with simultaneous vessel movements and reporting headings, indicating the apparent transit is a result of navigation interference rather than real vessel activity. So I think maybe that's similar to what we were looking at. I mean, there it looks like a straight line thing, which is similar to what we were seeing in the current marine traffic map. Go to marinetraffic.com and check that out. Thank you for mentioning that, Lewis R. Hey, thanks also to Redin. Hey, AZ Intel's dad. Thank you, AZ Intel's dad. That's so kind of you. Thanks for your generous support. That's really nice of AZ Intel's dad. Oh, I found the post about Trump talking about, where is it here? Hold on. Where he told The Guardian in 1988 about Karg Island. In 1988, Trump told The Guardian in an interview, he said, where is it here? He told The Guardian, I'd be harsh on Iran. They've been beating us psychologically, making us look like a bunch of fools. One bullet shot at one of our men or ships, and I'd do a number on Karg Island. I'd go in and take it, he added. That was back in 1988, he said that. Where is the... I'm not seeing an alert at the moment. Oh, um, Black Irish mentioned that tankertrackers.com, which specializes in covering oil tankers, they posted some analysis about the Karg Island story where Trump said he bombed military targets on Karg Island. And they said it has a military presence like everything else in Iran. That will most likely get replaced ASAP from the mainland. They say the oil tanks there are likely unscathed. For example, anyways, it accounted for 96% of Iran's crude oil exports in the past year. I'll post a link to that if you want to look at what they said. You know what, guys? Let me check and see if I have any big updates. But if not, as I've been saying, it's a marathon, not a sprint with this. This could be going on for a long time. It appears we have thousands of new Marines going to the region that are not supposed to be there for over a week. I think we may be getting close. I think we may be getting close. Scott thinks it's going to be going on for months and months. Red Squirrel says we're in for the long haul. Yeah, I think it might be a good time to start maybe wrapping up this stream. Obviously, I can, if there's more big news, I can come on and do another stream later. That can always happen. But I think we're getting there. I do. I think we're getting there. But I appreciate you being with us for another day of coverage. Who knows what'll happen tomorrow? And I'll keep an eye out tonight too. But again, thank you for joining, everyone, and thanks for sending in updates and sending in your chat messages and your comments and your updates. So if you want, you can subscribe and follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. Just checking for updates here. Subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. Also, turn on the notifications. I can't tell you in advance when big news is going to happen. I'm going to have to rush on the air. So if you don't want to miss a stream, make sure you turn on our notifications. We have our own notification set up through Discord. It's free. It's easy to sign up. The mods will post a link in the chat to sign up for the notifications. And you can find that sign up link on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. But sign up for the free notifications. And also, I will post updates on my X account at Lookner. You can follow me over there for breaking news updates. By the way, for those watching on Facebook, if you're watching on Facebook, Facebook ends the stream after 8 hours. We're close to 8 hours. So if you're watching on Facebook during as we wrap it up here and it finishes, I'm not going to restart it. Let me just shout out a couple people on Facebook. We've had our moderators over there, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson. Thank you, Charlotte Webb. Our subscribers on Facebook, like Susan Priest Buchner. And thanks for the Facebook stars, Susan. Dolly Clark and Kay and Margaret Riley. And hey, Jimmy the Boots. Thanks, Jimmy the Boots, for the Facebook stars as well. Shannon Davis Hughes moderating. Barry Eisler, thanks for subscribing. So I just want to shout out the Facebook people because they might have to go sooner than the rest of everybody else if we reach 8 hours. Christy Claff, thanks for subscribing. All of our Facebook viewers. All right, let me also... Oopsie. William Bowser. Thanks for the Facebook stars, too. Hey, all of our moderators, thanks for being here. That's how we can have our chat rooms. We couldn't have them otherwise. Our mods are awesome. They're the best. And thanks for keeping things under control in the chat, moderators. Ruth over there. Thanks, Ruth, for all the modding and everybody else on YouTube. And also, we thank the Facebook moderators, our Twitch moderators, DeBears, LB Peridon, Surly Dev, also Linda Belg, Larry, and Misha on X. All of our moderators, thank you. And hey, thanks to everybody who donated. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. That is so nice of you guys. That is how this channel can exist. That is how I can buy news footage and all that. So huge thanks for supporting the channel. Wow. I owe some more thank yous here. I was trying to get to everybody. But Tim94, thank you. Infinity HD from Switzerland, I believe. Thank you, Infinity HD, for watching. Sobek, check your emails. I'll check my emails. I'll check my emails, Sobek. Thank you. CPR Works, thank you. Hold on a moment here. Thank you, CPR Works 7394. Thank you, Get In Brave. And Princess Teapot and Tracy Henkin. And Mama Cat. Reg Junglist over on Twitch, thank you. M Bunny Lady on Twitch. Trump's Pool Guy on Twitch. CC on Twitch. Cuddly Kitties on Twitch. Thank you. Hey, by the way, another good way to find out when we're live, if you're on X, follow Agenda Free TV. I always post there. I give you a heads up before we go live. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. Follow over there. And we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. Our Agenda Free TV Discord chat. It is free. Check it out. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. It's free, and you can find it at the same link as the free notifications link, the free Discord chat. Thank you so much to our Discord moderators who help us out with the Discord chat. Also, for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would recommend sign up for the YouTube notifications, but it's a little tricky to do that. What you need to do is you need to subscribe. Oops, you can't see it right there. You'll see it in a second. I'll show you in a second how to do this. You need to subscribe to the channel. Then you click the bell and you choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, well, click the bell and choose all notifications. So you get the notifications. All right. So we mentioned the Facebook subscribers. I want to mention the Twitch subscribers again. Thank you so much to all of them for supporting the channel. De Beers, Barcodable, Jack's Animals, Wall Street Shaggy, CC, Seed Music, Boba J Fett, Trump's Pool Guy, Atomic Farting, My Mind Spray, Douthis, Boba J Fett, I think I said that already. All of the other Twitch subscribers. G Wiz, Annie Cush. Thank you, Twitch subscribers. And all of our YouTube members as well. Oh my gosh, thank you, YouTube members. Eric Johnson, Ben Van, App L, Anita Modaluski, Cherry Cola, Logan Sun, QXR45, Platinum Dose, Survivor, Least Trustworthy Weasel, Turned Off, New Creation, Evelyn in Maine, Gregory Scherer, Patriot Sicilian, El Anna, QXR45, Zinc Man, Paula Faust, LGS, Patriot Sicilian, thank you. All of our other viewers too. CAC813, Turned Off. And also, did I thank our subscriber Douthis? I hope I did. Thanks Raptor Jesus for watching. Tuna, thank you Tuna for watching. Hectate, Brittany Baby Girl, Stream the Memes, Scoobs, thank you. Dankotron. Again, if there's some huge news, I can always come back on the air and do another stream. We haven't done that in a while, but we'll see what happens. Thanks, Patrick Chufondo, Nyongo. Thank you to Martha Crawford. Thanks for subscribing. Avril Louise Urquhart. Thank you. Terry Elgonda. Thank you. David Karshan. Dolly Clark. Juliana Martin. Audrey Burbank. All right, we're really wrapping it up. Let me do a last check here and just see what I see. But there's been a bunch of talk about today. It doesn't seem like it's ending anytime soon. All right, guys. I think we've gotten to that place. I think we have gotten to that place. All right, that is it for now. Thank you again for tuning in. I really appreciate you guys being here. And hold on a second here. And oh, thanks QXR45. I appreciate that. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.